The Sabres back in action after what feels like an eternity tonight in Chicago, taking on the Blackhawks. Puck drop set for 8:30 tonight with a 7:30 pregame right here on WGR. The Detroit Red Wings are eliminated from playoff contention over the weekend among some other teams. They're now the longest active drought in the NHL at 10 years. Imagine that. The tradition, unlike any other, came down to an exciting finish last night. Rory McIlroy, who lets a 6-stroke lead slip away over the weekend, finished out on top to win his second straight Masters title. Looking around the NFL, Miami edge rusher Reuben Payne Jr. was involved in a fatal traffic collision in March of 2024, and one NFL team is concerned about multiple incidents. The Reed Optionals' Oliver Connolly broke the tragic news. The Miami Herald's Omar Kelly reports that the Dolphins and running back Devon Achane are not close to agreeing on terms on a contract extension. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport says there is a pretty decent chance that USC wide receiver Mekhi Lemon ends up being the third wide receiver taken in the draft this year. And the Falcons exercise running back Bijan Robinson's fifth-year team option for 2027. In the NLL, the Bandits defeated the Rochester Nighthawks over the weekend in their final home game of the regular season. Playoffs approaching quickly there as well. It's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
It's Sneaky Joe.
What a day of golf. What a day of golf we had. And some good hockey later on in the day as well. Get to it all coming up on Jeremy and Joe. Good morning. Jeremy off today, back tomorrow. Excited for that. We are closing in on the NFL draft as well. You might have heard the Reuben Payne story that's going on in the update from Joe Cali there, and that's a crazy story and a tragic one at the same time. So we got some football coming up a little bit later on the show as well. It is the type of weather where the Masters occurring over the weekend, plus waking up to 66 in the morning, which I don't know if it's actually supposed to get warmer during the day. It felt like, let me dress to golf today, just in case. Maybe I'll get an invite or just go out myself. But then I realize it is gonna rain today. So,
downpour.
Okay, so
yeah,
not
for like
not
the next
good.
3 days.
All right. Well, there are simulators. Hitting the simulator once you have been outside, though, and it still is. You know what? It still is good because there are going to be a lot of days during the year, even in the summer, when you get like today, where it's an absolute downpour. Let me get some swings in, throw the TV on in the background. So that might be in the cards. That might have to be in the cards today, even though it's going to be really warm out. You guys have already played a round, right?
Yes.
Roundish.
A round might be a stretch, but yeah, we went and played a few holes the other day. It was a little muddy out there, but it was fine. It was good to get out.
Was it only a few holes because you went out a few holes and decided this isn't?
Yeah, it was a little. The conditions maybe were not up to what we would have enjoyed.
Squishy. Yeah.
But it was great to see a ball fly through the air, as it always is to start a season.
It's pretty windy too. We were fighting the elements a little bit.
Yeah, it was windy too.
So you were planning though to play more than you actually ended up playing.
Absolutely,
we did a lot of chipping
that's happening.
and putting practice after.
Yeah, after that, there was the putting area, green chipping area thing was pretty dry, so that seemed like it was probably a better use of our time.
That makes sense.
That was where we ended up.
But you're right. It is tough to go back. Like thinking about if I go back into the range or whatever in the rain, I'm just not feeling good about that.
Like again, that's my instinct. But then I get to the simulator, and this is still great.
Yeah, it's fine.
Because my alternative is I'm going to be sitting inside doing nothing. Let me get some swings in.
Yeah.
So that we'll see about today. Because I got the itch watching all of yesterday. I watched a good amount of Saturday, Thursday, Friday, not as much. But yesterday, the leaderboard was so good and so many big names. This is the thing about Rory. Look, love Rory. Does anyone not love Rory, or at least like Rory?
Nobody other than the Live super fans.
Yes, that's
Well,
it.
those people exist.
Those guys are out there.
Those
Those
people
people
are-
exist to watch DeChambeau get cut and
Yes.
John Rahm not even close to finishing.
I'm
in the
convinced.
top.
I'm convinced those are bots.
I think that's mostly what it is.
Yeah.
Those are bots. So everyone loves Rory, and he will make you pull your hair out at the same time, which is what makes him so exhilarating. Like, really, 2 years in a row, this is the standard Rory has set for himself. And really, you watch him play golf, and you know, oh, this dude is the best. He's all-time great, historically talented. Last year, he should have won running away. Should have been no stress. But he had the double bogey on one, and he hit a easy little chip into the pond. He chunked it.
Yep.
One of us. 18, he missed, like, what was it, a 5-foot putt for the win?
Yeah.
Before he
to
ended
make
up...
it to a playoff. Yep.
Right, but then he won in the playoff because he's still amazing.
Right.
And this weekend, it was, man, can you believe Rory? Thursday and Friday, 12 under par. He's running away with the tournament. He's 6 shots beyond anybody else. And in typical Rory, he's like, nope, he's going to make you sweat.
Yep.
And that was a bit on Saturday. Everybody had caught up before he had maybe reached the back 9. And then Sunday, I really did not think he was going to win. But I don't remember when I thought. Maybe around the 5th or the 6th hole. I forget when he really was a few shots back and not playing well. But there was absolutely a point where I'm like, oh, he is not winning today.
No, yeah, there was, it was like maybe a 4 or 5 hole stretch in the middle, sort of rounding MN corner, maybe just before that he was like 2 or 3 back. Rose had made a run. He got to 12 under before he kind of exploded on himself. And like they got, who is this? This is going to be interesting. You got Young up there and Rose and all that stuff. Scheffler
was hanging around.
Scheffler was climbing.
kind of rocketing up the leaderboard too. And it was a time. I mean, that was really exciting. And then, it was cool to see him kind of rise out of that. I think it proved that last year took a lot off of his shoulders.
Yeah.
I think if he had been still in the sort of throes of the struggles of knowing what had happened to him all those years prior, he does not pull up out of that last
He'd be
night.
collapsing. They'd be on top of him the entire
Right,
time.
and so that's the work that he did the year before, to prove like I can do this and survive and get out and come out on top. It was really cool.
And not to mention the 18th, where that almost came crashing down to go to a playoff at that point.
I thought, here we go. When he banana sliced that ball across the woods.
Yeah, it was a push fade.
Yeah.
Crazy miss, right.
I'm thinking when he pulled out, why do you have driver? I was thinking. Maybe that's one of those holes, though, where like 3-wood takes you out on the second shot too much and whatever. There's so much strategy to it.
He had just hit a nice bleeder drive on the hole before on 17 that was like, oh, that's exactly what he needs to do these last 2 holes.
Yeah.
I think he tried to do the same thing. He just came up out of it and blasted it outright.
17 was like his best drive of the tournament. 18 looked like all his other drives throughout the tournament. So
I appreciated, too, like listening to Rory. He's very open about the mental part of the game for him and like acknowledging. Last year, remember he did this and he did it again yesterday, that like I got the game for this. I got the game to win this thing every single year. It for me is just fighting the mental part of it, and I've struggled with that a lot in previous years. Even still, like again last year, he has these moments where what are you doing? Like how are you missing? He had a lip out yesterday from 2 feet.
Yeah, really close.
He just always seems to mix one of those in. And, I mean, most of the great players are going to. Golf is just so hard.
Yes.
It's like really just how you got to chalk it up to. Because I'm watching that tournament yesterday thinking, Rory, right after he misses like that 2-footer, 3-footer, lips out. And I'm watching, I'm thinking, if this guy could just have the composure of Justin Rose, then he'd win. He'd have 13 majors because of the athletic ability he has and the game he has. Just if you could sink in and have that Rose composure, and not have these mental battles the way you do. You'd be like the third best golfer of all time. Maybe he'll get there anyway. And then Justin Rose decided to collapse.
Exactly.
And he's that guy who is usually as steady as it goes in golf. Like, is there a steadier, just more consistent dude in golf than Justin Rose? And he's out here missing short putts, and he's choking on, certain drives where he's putting it off into the woods, and he totally fell apart. It's like, okay, yeah, everybody can, these are the best guys in the world in that group. Oh, yeah, everybody can have these moments. Rory, I still I think he has them more than others, but that's a part of the charm, I think. And it's a part of the battle, and it made yesterday, I think, a lot of fun.
Yeah.
So
Rose with that eagle putt, and then he can't even make a birdie out of it.
Putting.
Yeah, the three putt. That was a tough scene. That was bad.
I felt for Rosie yesterday because I think he's been around. He's finished second 2 or 3 times at the Masters.
Yeah.
Like that actually might have been his 4th. And it just to lose it that many times coming that close has got to be tough. And yeah, I mean the game comes for you all. It just depends on when it happens and if you've got room to get over it or if you've got the ability to. And it came for Rose at the wrong time yesterday. So
yeah, his last 3 years he's finished second, third, second at the Masters.
That's tough.
Yeah,
man.
I mean, at least he's making the bag. That's one thing you can look at. But I mean, you want the win.
Yeah, he wants that jacket bad.
We're going to get to the Sabres in short order here. We'll take a quick call on the Masters yesterday. Brian's coming up at 6:30, by the way. We'll talk a little hockey and a little golf with him. Billy in Toronto's next. What's up, Billy?
Hey, guys. Yeah, I heard you saying, is there anybody that doesn't like Rory? Well, this is a caller that doesn't like him, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Very simply put, this is a guy that comes out on every one of his interviews and talks about defending the PGA Tour. I'm not going to live. No amount of money. I mean, obviously he was offered a ton of money to go. He is a billionaire from what I've heard. So, I mean, it's pretty easy to make that decision. And Rory's all about rules and all about the PGA. Yet, when he had to lead after 2 rounds and they're interviewing him on the Golf Channel, he comes out and says, they ask him, Rory, you haven't played the last couple of weeks. Did you have an injury? Rory comes out and says, no. I don't like playing. I don't like playing in Texas. I don't like going over there. I don't like playing those 2 tournaments. So I'm just going to avoid them. Or was it this, Rory? Or was it that you come out and say right on the Golf Channel that you're flying into Augusta every day during those 2-3 weeks off to play the course? Is that fair play, Rory? Where you're playing that course every day while the other guys are battling it out on the other 2 opens, not opens, but in Texas. Why are you allowed to do that? And why is that even to be allowed in golf? You shouldn't be able to.
Billy, can I ask you? Do you also hate Jack Nicklaus because Jack Nicklaus skipped the 2 tournaments before the Masters every year for the same thing?
Well, I'll tell you what. If I found out that he's going down there and playing playing the course for 3 weeks and getting an advantage on every little new thing that they put in, while the other guys are coming in on a Monday and only getting a round or 2 in, that's not fair.
Yeah, I don't know, Billy, how much they're playing Augusta like you're laying it out. Rory's not sitting at Augusta for 3 weeks before the Masters playing the tournament or playing the course every single day. I don't believe.
Did you see that clip of him talking about it?
No.
He said he dropped Poppy off at school, his daughter, flew on the plane to play at Augusta, and then flew back and ate dinner with them. So he did that regularly.
But he didn't do that every single day.
No, surely not.
Maybe not every day.
He was doing it more than anybody else, though, which is
that's
fine.
Fair. That's fair.
Fine. But
again, Nicholas did this too. I heard that on the way in that he actually maybe got that from Nicholas. He picked up 2 things he was talking about from Augusta. One was that like Nicholas, I guess, would go to Greensboro the week before the Masters every year, and then there was 1 year he couldn't go. 63, I think they were saying. Like, this is in the 60s.
Right.
And Nicholas decides to skip, couldn't go for whatever reason, wins the Masters. The next year goes back to Greensboro, doesn't win the Masters. Let me try it the other way. And then he wins the next 2. He's like, all right, I'm never going again.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe that happens. Jeff Meadus, by the way, we've had on the show a lot. Golf Dojo just texted. Winning also gives you a membership.
Right.
So that's,
Tiger
Rose can't do that because, sorry, you're not a member. You haven't won the Masters. It's the most esteemed club in the country. That's just kind of how it goes. So I think you're working really hard.
Yeah, that's
to not the live stuff for me. He's not a billionaire.
No,
Tiger
He's not
is
even worth half a
Tiger is
billion.
maybe a billionaire, and he's the only golfer ever. Rory's not a billionaire, and sure, from our perspective, the money is all crazy and all gross. But Rory's career earnings are $114 million playing on the tour for 20 years now?
Yeah, he's been around
18 years, 17 years.
Long time.
That's less money in his career earnings than some of these Lives guys were getting on one contract.
Yeah,
So yeah, it is different.
it's very.
It is a
different.
lot to turn down.
It's very, very, very different.
And all the Live stuff's so dead now at this point.
Yeah, they're
anyway.
all shot. None of the guys can even play anymore.
So I don't know.
They're a joke.
But Billy, I'm glad you called because all right, not everybody.
Right. Fair.
Not
and
everybody.
if that's where you're at, that's fine. But I think you should probably acknowledge that there are plenty of guys, past champions, that do that to prepare for that tournament. Tiger did that. He would go play Augusta before to prepare.
I can't get to I don't like Rory because he doesn't play in the Valero Texas Open.
Yeah, I mean, okay.
Come on.
That's the way that tour works. You can choose when you play. So, be mad at the tour.
He also, by the way, I'm sure he picks up some stuff in these rounds, but the other story that Rory told yesterday that I loved was that he played 12 on Sunday, thinking back in a certain way, thinking back to a round he played with Tom Watson in 2009.
Yeah.
The mind, the experiences, the mind game these guys are all playing against each other. This guy is thinking, back in 2009, when he was, 18 years old?
Yeah.
19 years old? I played here with Tom Watson, and I did this. I'm gonna do that. How many times has he played the course in between? I guess maybe he's played more than I even think. But he's played 4 rounds there every year basically since. So, man, there's a lot to it.
For sure.
Scheffler, by the way, did he really make a charge? It was historic. I don't think it had happened since the 40s. Someone had gone the 3rd and 4th rounds without bogeying.
Yeah, it was impressive.
So, but by the fact that he didn't bogey either of the 2 days and didn't get all the way there, he really, how many birdies did he have yesterday? 4? But he had the couple down at the end.
Right. He had
which is why it felt like, okay, here he comes.
Yeah,
and
he was just kind of hanging around it all weekend, and then he just needed a little bit because he made no mistakes. He was he was in it the whole time. So it let him stay right around it, and any birdie he made, he was making up ground. He was never losing it. So that played a big factor.
I had bet Russ Henley about midway through, thinking this guy hasn't hit a bad shot all day, and then of course this is how betting goes. The next shot he hits, it hits a bush.
Oh yeah,
and I got it perfect.
Yeah, that'll happen.
He was good though. 803-0550 is the phone number. We'll get back to the Masters in full with Brian coming up at 6:30. That was obviously the big thing that happened over the weekend, but we did get some hockey. The Sabres were not in action, so maybe you were watching the league and having a rooting interest in most games, a lot of games, as it pertains to the Sabres, and we'll really get into this at 7 o'clock on the layout of what's on the line tonight and what is happening around the Sabres, not just with winning the division, but with who they will play in the first round of the playoffs. Both, I think, are pretty important. I think one is almost certainly more important than the other, but I'm not sure because really you have to weigh wanting to win the division, getting a banner up in the arena, topping the Lightning, which could mean big things for Lindy winning Coach of the Year, or I had not really had the Norris Trophy on my radar, but maybe I should because Chris Pronger and Elliot Friedman, who I believe both have votes for the Norris Trophy, both said yesterday that Rasmus Dahlin is right now number 1 on their ballot, which okay. And they got into this back and forth with Kevin Bieksa. I want to get to that a little bit later on as well. And winning the division, I think, will help those types of things. It'll feel good, right? I don't know where I'm at, though, and how valuable it is for matchups in round one. And that was going to be dependent on who it was lining up the Sabres would play in round one if they win the division. And that has changed in the last 12 hours, 24 hours. Because on Saturday, there's Boston and Tampa. Afternoon game, 12:30. There was another game going on at the same time. I had the multi-view going. ESPN, by the way, one little pet peeve of mine, they only have preset multi-views. Like, there's a bunch of different ones where, okay, this one is the hockey game, so this is Tampa and Boston, and then I get Amen Corner on the other side, and then I get below it, I get holes 4, 5, and 6 at Augusta. All right, so like that's the one I threw on. I could not, there was no way to add in Ottawa against the Islanders on like the other quadrant. That's just an ESPN thing. I don't know why they do that. You're not allowed to build your own multi-view. You can only pick from theirs. So whatever. It's annoying. You should be allowed to pick, I think. But whatever. So I'm watching that game, and for me it was like almost equal, the rooting interest that I had. I don't want to play Ottawa. And I don't think any Sabre fan should want the Sabres to play the Senators. They are a dangerous team. Like, they are equally as dangerous, I think, to what Montreal is. Or it's pretty close. I mean, it is really possible that if that is going to be the matchup, that the Sabres would be underdogs in the first round of the playoffs. I'm not sure about that. It could be really close. One reason why you could think that that's the case is you go look at the betting odds, who, of course, are going to make the odds for these series whenever they're announced. And if you look at their Eastern Conference winner odds, it goes Tampa 1, it goes Carolina 2, as you would expect, and then Ottawa just narrowly is ahead of the Sabres in odds to win the conference. That is, maybe that's some of the side of the bracket they could fall on, but I think that is, I mean, they'd play Carolina in round one. I think that is a show of real respect for what the Senators are. And a day ago, it, to me, was looking like, all right, look at the games these teams have down the stretch, not playing any, like Ottawa didn't play a team that was playing for anything. It was New Jersey last night, and that's Toronto. Is there a team more dead in the water right now than the Maple Leafs? Like, I can't trust them to win that game. And Boston can't win a hockey game. So it's, all right, I guess I'm playing Ottawa. And last night, that kind of got flipped around. Boston won in regulation, and somehow the Senators lost to a Devils team that's not playing for anything. With a third-string goalie, by the way. The New Jersey had a third-string goalie in. So, all right, I think that's a real difference. Playing Boston right now is the real prize. I think winning the division will be really fun, and getting a banner will be really fun, and like, haha, John Cooper and the Lightning. Like that'll be fun if the Sabres win the division. But to me, the biggest prize that is left out there in the final days of the season is getting the Bruins to be your first round opponent. I watched that team twice over the weekend. They do not impress me at all. I mean, even that Tampa game. Did you watch a lot of that Tampa game on Saturday? Either one of you guys? Like it was a 12:30 game.
Yeah, I was
decent.
watching it. There was two TVs at the place I was at. One was that game. One was the Masters.
They just want to play this game where it's all along the boards. There was nothing happening in that hockey game.
No.
Shots were 4-4 at the end of the first period.
Yep. It was painful. Painful.
You know, they almost remind me, I don't know how I feel about it, 2011 Sabres a little bit.
Yeah.
Just the way the roster is built, maybe more than the way they play. They play this hard-nosed game because they kind of have to. They can't play a skilled game. They don't have enough skill for it.
No.
Like, I'm watching guys like Middlestad and Arvidsson, and the broadcast is like, these guys, they're not having a good game, and that's who they rely on to score. And I'm thinking, how are you a good team with, no offense to Casey Middlestad, when the Sabres almost made the playoffs, Middlestad was really good. He was on the third line.
Yeah. Right.
Victor Arvidsson, no offense to him. He scored goals in this league. He was on a good team last year in Edmonton. He was a healthy scratch in the playoffs.
Yes.
Like, these are the guys they're relying on to score. It's the goalie, and it is let's just play the least amount of action in a hockey game possible.
Let's just hope McAvoy and Pasternak can just do it.
Give me the Bruins.
Same. I'm totally with you. I've been on the anti-Ottawa train for as long as you could be on it. And, I think it's coming true. Here's why they are red hot, even though they lost that bad game last night. But they are playing some hockey out there. And I don't think Boston is capable of anything close to what Ottawa is.
Reimer, by the way, played last night.
Yeah.
I wondered that could have been Ottawa. They just clinched the playoffs the day before. And this is what we talked about for the Sabres, isn't it?
Yep.
Take a breath. We made it.
We're in.
Now it's just which wild card we're in. Let's take a breath. Thankful that Dylan Cousins also turned the puck over on a power play, which led to them having to go to overtime in the first place. So right now, the Sabres' most likely round one opponent, according to HockeyStats.com, at 46% is the Bruins. Then Ottawa at 27%, Montreal at 20%, Tampa at 6%, with all the playoffs being clinched except for that third Metro spot, which doesn't matter to Buffalo. Those are the only 4 teams they could play.
Yep.
We'll get more into some of the scenarios, but right now, Boston is the most likely. Both scenarios, by the way, for winning the division, which is close here, and who they'll play in round one. 803-0550 is the phone number. It's Jeremy and Joe. Brian Koziel when we come back on some hockey, but also yesterday's final round of the Masters, the leaderboard, Rory winning back-to-back. It was a really fun day of golf. Brian, when we return here on WGR. I don't want to play Ottawa. And I don't think any Sabre fan should want the Sabres to play the Senators. They are a dangerous team. Like, they are equally as dangerous, I think, to what Montreal is. Or it's pretty close. I mean, it is really possible that if that is going to be the matchup, that the Sabres would be underdogs in the first round of the playoffs. I'm not sure about that. It could be really close. One reason why you could think that that's the case is you go look at the betting odds, who, of course, are going to make the odds for these series whenever they're announced. And if you look at their Eastern Conference winner odds, it goes Tampa 1, it goes Carolina 2, as you would expect, and then Ottawa just narrowly is ahead of the Sabres in odds to win the conference. That is, maybe that's some of the side of the bracket they could fall on, but I think that is, I mean, they played Carolina in round 1. I think that is a show of real respect for what the Senators are. And a day ago, it, to me, was looking like, all right, look at the games these teams have down the stretch, not playing any. Like, Ottawa didn't play a team that was playing for anything. It was New Jersey last night, and that's Toronto. Is there a team more dead in the water right now than the Maple Leafs? Like, I can't trust them to win that game. And Boston can't win a hockey game. So it's, all right, I guess I'm playing Ottawa. And last night, that kind of got flipped around. Boston won in regulation, and somehow the Senators lost to a Devils team that's not playing for anything. With a third-string goalie, by the way. The New Jersey had a third-string goalie in. So, all right, I think that's a real difference. Playing Boston right now is the real prize. I think winning the division will be really fun.
Back in action after what feels like an eternity. Tonight, Chicago taking on the Blackhawks. Puck drop set for 8:30. The Detroit Red Wings were eliminated from playoff contention over the weekend, among other teams. But the Red Wings now have the longest active drought in the NHL at 10 years. Imagine that. The tradition, unlike any other, came down to an exciting finish last night as Rory McIlroy, who let a 6-stroke lead slip away over the weekend, finished it out on top to win his second straight Masters title. Around the NFL, Miami edge rusher Reuben Bain Jr. was involved in a fatal traffic collision in March of 2024, and one NFL team is, quote, concerned about multiple incidents. The Reed Optional's Oliver Connolly broke the tragic news yesterday. Miami Herald's Omar Kelly reports that the Dolphins and running back Devon Achane, they're not close to agreeing on terms on a contract extension. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport says there's a pretty decent chance that USC wide receiver Mekhi Lemon ends up being the third wide receiver drafted this year, and the Falcons exercise running back Bijan Robinson's fifth-year option for 2027. In the NLL, the Bandits, they defeated the Rochester Nighthawks over the weekend. The Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
I honestly just don't like the 3 tournaments leading up to this event. I'd rather come up here. I did a couple of days where I dropped Poppy to school, flew up here, played, landed back home and had dinner with her, or had dinner with Eric and Poppy. Like I did a couple of day trips like that where I felt like that was a better use of my time than going to Houston or San Antonio. So it wasn't really about conserving energy, but I felt, the more time I could spend up here, the better.
Rory McIlroy wins his second Masters in a row. And I believe he is 2/4 of the way to winning the Grand Slam twice. Brian Koziel joining us now on the Wester Hotline. Is winning the Grand Slam twice a thing, Brian? There's got to be a couple guys who've done that. Tiger probably did that, right?
I would assume so. That let's see. Tiger has definitely got 2 of at least of every of the majors.
Yeah,
I assume Nicholas has 2 at least of all of them as well. So yeah, there's got the double Grand Slam.
The double Grand Slam. I'm looking right now. I think it's just Nicholas and Woods. So that would be an accomplishment.
Yes,
for sure.
And he's halfway there, as you mentioned, because he's got 6 now.
Yeah. So the leaderboard yesterday, Brian, in the up and down swings we had, but what about just the weekend in general? The fact that Rory really just had to play, I mean, he did, right? Literally, even golf on Friday and Saturday because he had done so much of his work on Thursday and Friday. But isn't it typical Rory fashion? He's going to make you sweat it if you're rooting for him.
Yep, he's a player that goes up and down again and again and again. Yeah, the mood swings of watching McIlroy, if you're a fan of him, can be jolting for sure. But you're right. He went into the weekend at 12 under, and his nearest competitor was at -6. Mm-hmm. And obviously, quite a few players made a run at him. I mean, there were moments yesterday where Rose was winning. Henley was coming at him. Cam Young was coming at him. Hatton made an early run. Henley, and then Scheffler made a big run of his own. Man, if Scotty Scheffler could have played the par fives better at Augusta over this week, he might be the champion as of this moment. But you're right, Rory, 1 over on Saturday, 1 under on Sunday. It's good enough. So, in some sense, you sit there and say, well, geez, Rory didn't have his best over the weekend, but you're right. He built up enough goodwill on the scoreboard over those first 2 days that he didn't have to play perfect like the rest of these guys did. Like Scheffler had to play perfect in order to win. He almost did. It was the first player. That stat's incredible. The first player not to make a bogey on the weekend at the Masters since 1942. So, Scheffler literally was almost perfect in the sense that if he had just birdied a couple more of those par fives, maybe he would have won. But, yeah, for Rory, he was able to just hold on, and despite still, again, having some limitations with his driver early, and then late he didn't putt as well as he did on the first 2 days.
Did you think that he was done for after? I forget how many shots he was back, but he bogeys 6, the 3 putt from in close, which he's tends to do once in a while. Everyone does it once in a while. He does it a few times in big moments too. And when he misses that really short one, he's a couple shots back. I didn't want to count him out because he's known for these bursts, and he did have one. So even while it looks like he played even golf on Saturday and Sunday, even yesterday was a testament to it was up and down. He was down to, did he get down to 9 under before he got back to 12?
Yes. There was 2 moments where he was down 2 strokes. There was when Rose got to 12, he was at 10. And then I think when Young and maybe Rose were at 11, he got down to 9 under. So yeah, there was 2 moments there. The only reason that I didn't think he was out of it in any capacity was because of what you said. He's capable, obviously, but he also had the most holes remaining of anybody. And those back 9 holes from what he did on Thursday and Friday, you knew he was capable of birdieing literally any of the holes. That's what's so great about the Masters back 9 is that every single one of those holes can be birdied or also can be bogeyed very easily. I think that's why this tournament is so great, because those holes are set up for those swings in the leaderboard, and we got it. For Rose to be where he was at, and for Scheffler to rise up the board, and Cam Young to be in the lead, and then he fall back, and Rory up and down. It's good stuff. Any of those holes, you can be rewarded or you can be punished just with obviously one swing of the club. So because he had so many holes left, I thought he was definitely still in contention. And, if you look at after he bogeyed the 6th, he was essentially perfect all the way up until the 18th tee shot. That to me, he hits that, and he said afterwards he had no idea where it was, and he's like, I was just walking up there just hoping I had a swing. And I was like, Jesus, the tournament is on the line there. I was even curious. On 17, he teed the ball up lower, and he hit that little low stinger drive, and I thought he was going to do it again on 18. Instead, he did not. He teed it up higher, and he did his full driver swing that he normally does. And obviously, it got him in some trouble. And maybe, he even got a break. If he missed it in a better way, in the sense that if he was even a little straighter, he might have been dead center in all those trees. He got just outside of it enough that he could shape it around it.
Was it not a very different type of Rory day because of the driver all weekend? I saw he only hit 55% of fairways. And I don't know, Rory 10 years ago, the idea that he would win a major hitting half the fairways doesn't seem like... It didn't seem like a place where his game really was, and maybe now that's different.
Yeah, he's finding different ways to win. He obviously, through the whole tournament, struggled with his driver. He actually had his best stretch on the back nine yesterday up until the 18th hole. He played really. That was his most accurate stretch of driving. If you break it down by 9-hole chunks, yeah, he's getting it done all sorts of different ways. Remember, he chips in on 17 on Friday. He putted outstanding. He had the second fewest putts of the entire field. I love the stat. We had it Saturday, and we were on Tee to Green. He said his driving accuracy out of 91 players, he was 90th, second worst. Right. And then putts, he had 51 through 36 holes. Like, do the math on that. That's amazing. So 1.4 putts per hole. Like, and that was the second fewest. So, I mean, it shows, hey, even if one part of your game is off, you can make up for it with the other one. And clearly that's how he built up that big lead.
Is he the greatest European golfer of all time now? Or was he already even?
Yeah, I think he definitely is now. I think he probably was because of the Grand Slam piece. No other European player had that. The impact that Seve Ballesteros has had on European golf, people will say is as big as anybody, but he doesn't have the major record nor the win record that McIlroy does. Faldo is the one statistically that probably could compare. They both now have 6 majors. Faldo did not win the Grand Slam, though he did not win a U.S. Open, so you've got that layer to it. I also think that his Ryder Cup record is so outstanding. I mean, he's been a huge part of Europeans' dominance. We know, especially for Europe, they probably put the Ryder Cup even higher up on the resume than we do with American players in terms of, like, the historical perspective on a career. So, yeah, he's checked a ton of boxes. Yeah, I think he's the best European player ever.
Brian Kozio with us on the Wester Hotline. What else stuck out to you, Brian? I was impressed by Morikawa. I mean, he had the back thing coming in, and I don't know how much you saw of his weekend because he really didn't get shown a lot. I know, like, on the main feeds until maybe yesterday a bit, but he couldn't even, like, bend over to pick his ball up by the end, and he ends up 9 under. Like, I imagining myself, like, oh, my back is sore. I'm supposed to play golf today. This guy, like, couldn't walk almost, and he goes 9 under.
Yeah, he was walking very, very gingerly through those highlights. I thought that he would have been a great pick to win because he had such a good year coming in. His irons were so dialed in. His approach shots gained was number 1 on the PGA Tour coming in. And that was a key I talked about coming into the week of, how are you going to hit your approach shots into these tough greens? So I thought statistically it made sense to think Morikawa can win. But then I know on the range on Wednesday or Thursday they were tracking on Wednesday they were tracking him, and he was way down in terms of his distance, and by way down I mean still amazing for like you and I. He was hitting like 280, right. But most of these guys are always over 300 on the range, and they just said he couldn't give it a full 100% swing. And thinking, he's not going to. And honestly, I just forgot about him because he had been down on the leaderboard, and I knew he wasn't 100%. And then all of a sudden, yesterday, he shoots 4 under and tied for 7th. I mean, pretty impressive for him for sure.
And then Rose is the other big story, right? Because he has not won a green jacket, and he's in the lead yesterday. And I had said to what I mentioned in the first segment, right after Rory misses the short one, I'm thinking, if this guy just could have the mentality of a Justin Rose, he'd have 12 majors. Because Rose is so steady and consistent. And then Rose immediately starts doing the same thing, which, I don't know, how out of character is that for him? Like some of those shots and putts that he missed on the back nine.
Really surprising. I thought when he got to 12 under and had the 2-shot lead, I honestly thought he was definitely winning because you're right. He is steady Eddie. He does not do anything to really hurt himself out there ever. And he played that stretch of 11 and 12 really poorly. The 3-putt at 12 was a killer. I mean, that was a big swing because then Rory comes in, and he said afterwards, somebody asked him about like what was his shot kind of the day or the moment, and he said the shot on 12. That par 3 is so difficult. Where they put the pin on Sunday is all the way over to the one side, which brings the water in play so much more. I know Jack Nicklaus, Tiger Woods, they always talk about like, hey, that's one of these shots of the tournament. Of course, that's where Tiger ended up winning it that year, where the leaderboard had about 10 guys that could have won that were either tied or within a shot, where he played 12 great and you had 3 or 4 guys go into the water. Like that's a lot of times where there's a separator. I did not expect that from Rose because he always is a guy that handles the pressure so well. He went bogey on 11, bogey on 12, and then couldn't do anything with the 13th hole. That's the most scoreable hole on the back nine. That was his chance to maybe get one back and couldn't do anything with it. It's weird how the par 5s that at Augusta, guys can attack. And the best in the world, like Scheffler and Rose, are probably sitting there saying, man, if we could have played those par fives better, it would be a different story this morning. But yeah, for Rose, I mean, probably if there's any sort of feel bad sort of aura about the tournament, it's Rose is so likable, so classy. I mean, you've heard other players just mention, like, man, this guy has played so good here. He's had 3 runner-ups and now a tied for third. I was definitely, in the sense, pulling for him there when he got the lead. I'm like, hey, if he wins, this would be a really good story for golf.
Yeah, I grew an appreciation for Rose over the last year or two, learning about his routine on a tournament day that goes from 5 a.m. to 9 p.m. and this red light therapy. He's got a recovery RV that he takes with him around. He's incredible.
Yeah, I saw he was doing a podcast. I heard him describe that. Is that maybe you heard the same thing?
Yeah, I think that was the same clip. And by the way, now that's how part of why he's still so good at 45. Next year, I wouldn't say it's getting towards the end here. He doesn't have one. Next year, I think, would be tying the record. I'd have to look how many days old he is, because Nicholas won it at 46, right?
That's right.
That's the
oldest
record?
ever. And Rose is 45. So, yeah, he could be, depending upon when his birthday is, that could be in play for sure. And Cam Young yesterday, that would have been a good feel-good story, too. I mean, he very, very likable player. For what it's worth, he's from New York. All these, there would have been a good story, too. There was so many good storylines shaping up here yesterday that obviously could have played out. And Rory winning is a big story for golf, because he's, I don't know if this is a stretch saying it, but is he the most popular player in the world? I think.
Yeah, I think so.
I think that's probably okay to say.
Yeah. We learned in the first segment there's one caller, at least, that doesn't. There's probably a select few, but I think the majority, he's number one. I mean, to let you go on this, they had 4. Do we have 4 guys that led at different points yesterday? That's a pretty good sign. I mean, because Burns, right, was tied for a minute there before he fell apart very, very quickly after that. Very quickly after that.
And Rose and Young and obviously McIlroy and
yeah, it's a great.
And
Sunday.
Scheffler's chase was a fun storyline too, as he was flawless over the weekend.
Yeah. Well, Tee to Green this week, Brian, coming up on Saturday.
Yep. This week we'll be at Lockport Town and Country Club and 7 a.m. Looking forward to going up there, and we'll obviously be doing some Masters thoughts as well here. But it's going to be another warm week of weather. Golf courses are opening up all across Western New York, so usually this is the spot after watching the Masters. People are like, okay, now it's time for us to play. So.
Yes. And it's warm today. It's going to rain, but we'll get there this week. Thanks, Brian.
Okay, thanks, Joe.
Tee to Green on Saturday. He'll be, of course, along for Sabres and Blackhawks tonight, 8:30 puck drop. 803-0550 is the phone number. The layout of the Sabres for the division, who they'll play, there's a lot to still be figured out. We'll get to that coming up on WGR. I don't want to play Ottawa. And I don't think any Sabre fan should want the Sabres to play the Senators. They are a dangerous team. They are equally as dangerous, I think, to what Montreal is. Or it's pretty close. I mean, it is really possible that if that is going to be the matchup, that the Sabres would be underdogs in the first round of the playoffs. I'm not sure about that. It could be really close. One reason why you could think that that's the case is you go look at the betting odds, who, of course, are going to make the odds for these series whenever they're announced. And if you look at their Eastern Conference winner odds, it goes Tampa 1, it goes Carolina 2, as you would expect, and then Ottawa just narrowly is ahead of the Sabres in odds to win the conference. That is, maybe that's some of the side of the bracket they could fall on, but I think that is, they'd play Carolina in round 1. I think that is a show of real respect for what the Senators are. And a day ago, it, to me, was looking like, all right, look at the games these teams have down the stretch, not playing any. Ottawa didn't play a team that was playing for anything. It was New Jersey last night, and it's Toronto. Is there a team more dead in the water right now than the Maple Leafs? I can't trust them to win that game. And Boston can't win a hockey game. So it's, all right, I guess I'm playing Ottawa. And last night, that kind of got flipped around. Boston won in regulation, and somehow the Senators lost to a Devils team that's not playing for anything. With a third-string goalie, by the way. The New Jersey had a third-string goalie in. So All right. I think that's a real difference. Playing Boston right now is the real prize. I think winning the division will be really fun, and getting a banner will be really fun, and like, haha, John Cooper and the Lightning. Like that'll be fun if the Sabres win the division. But to me, the biggest prize that is left out there in the final days of the season is getting the Bruins to be your first round opponent. So the leaderboard yesterday, Brian, in the up and down swings we had, but what about just the weekend in general? The fact that Rory really just had to play, I mean, he did, right? Literally, even golf on Friday and Saturday because he had done so much of his work on Thursday and Friday. But isn't it typical Rory fashion? He's going to make you sweat it if you're rooting for him.
Yep, he's a player that goes up and down again and again and again. Yeah, the mood swings of watching McIlroy, if you're a fan of him, can be jolting for sure. But you're right. He went into the weekend at 12 under, and his nearest competitor was at -6. Mm-hmm. And obviously, quite a few players made a run at him. I mean, there were moments yesterday where, Rose was winning. Henley was coming at him. Cam Young was coming at him. Hatton made an early run. Henley, and then Scheffler made a big run of his own. Man, if Scotty Scheffler could have played the par fives better at Augusta over this week, he might be the champion as of this moment. But you're right, Rory, 1 over on Saturday, 1 under on Sunday. It's good enough. So, in some sense, you sit there and say, well, geez, Rory didn't have his best over the weekend, but you're right. He built up enough goodwill on the scoreboard over those first 2 days that he didn't have to play perfect like the rest of these guys did. Like Scheffler had to play perfect in order to win. He almost did. It was the first player. That's incredible. The first player not to make a bogey on the weekend at the Masters since 1942. So, Scheffler literally was almost perfect in the sense that if he had just birdied a couple more of those par fives, maybe he would have won. But, yeah, for Rory, he was able to just hold on, and despite still, again, having some limitations with his driver early, and then late, he didn't putt as well as he did on the first 2 days.
We'll get to the Sabres coming up at 7 o'clock. Good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Yesterday, Capitals and Penguins, and a lot of Crosby playing Ovechkin for the 100th time, pictures together. Is this Ovi's last game? Should I take Ovechkin waving off the Penguins, who wanted to stay out for a handshake as he's coming back? Or could that be Ovi just like, I don't want this?
I think Ovi's probably just, I don't need this right now. Don't put any pressure on this. I don't want to do this and then have to come back on it or whatever. I think he probably, either way, didn't want it to happen.
Yeah. I don't want this to be like, I have to leave now because they shook my hand. And
right.
They could still play in the playoffs. 1 point back, Washington and Philadelphia, 93 points. The Sabres layout, both who to play and the division, coming up on WGR. I don't want to play Ottawa. And I don't think any Sabre fan should want the Sabres to play the Senators. They are a dangerous team. Like, they are equally as dangerous, I think, to what Montreal is. Or it's pretty close. I mean, it is really possible that if that is going to be the matchup, that the Sabres would be underdogs in the first round of the playoffs. I'm not sure about that. It could be really close. One reason why you could think that that's the case is You go look at the betting odds, who, of course, are going to make the odds for these series whenever they're announced. And if you look at their Eastern Conference winner odds, it goes Tampa 1, it goes Carolina 2, as you would expect, and then Ottawa just narrowly is ahead of the Sabres in odds to win the conference. Maybe that's some of the side of the bracket they could fall on, but I think that is, they played Carolina in round 1. I think that is a show of real respect for what the Senators are. And a day ago, it, to me, was looking like, all right, look at the games these teams have down the stretch, not playing any. Like, Ottawa didn't play a team that was playing for anything. It was New Jersey last night, and that's Toronto. Is there a team more dead in the water right now than the Maple Leafs? Like, I can't trust them to win that game. And Boston can't win a hockey game. So it's, all right, I guess I'm playing Ottawa. And last night, that kind of got flipped around. Boston won in regulation, and somehow the Senators lost to a Devils team that's not playing for anything. With a third-string goalie, by the way. The New Jersey had a third-string goalie in. So, all right, I think that's a real difference. Playing Boston right now is the real prize. I think winning the division will be really fun, and getting a banner will be really fun, and like, haha, John Cooper and the Lightning. Like that'll be fun if the Sabres win the division. But to me, the biggest prize that is left out there in the final days of the season is getting the Bruins to be your first round opponent.
The Sabres back in action after what feels like an eternity tonight in Chicago, taking on the Blackhawks. Puck drop set for 8:30 with a 7:30 pregame right here on WGR. The Detroit Red Wings eliminated from playoff contention over the weekend among some other teams, but Detroit now has the longest active drought in the NHL at 10 years. The tradition, unlike any other, came down to the exciting finish last night as Rory McIlroy, who let a 6-stroke lead slip away over the weekend, finished it out on top to win his second straight green jacket. Around the NFL, Miami edge rusher Reuben Bain Jr. was involved in a fatal traffic collision in March of 2024, and one NFL team is concerned about multiple incidents. The Reed Optionals' Oliver Connolly broke the tragic news yesterday. And Miami Herald's Omar Kelly reports that the Dolphins and running back Devon Achane are not close to agreeing on terms on a contract extension. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport said there is a pretty decent chance that USC wide receiver Mekhi Lemon ends up being the third wide receiver drafted this year, and the Falcons exercise running back Bijan Robinson's fifth-year team option for 2027. In the NLL, the Bandits defeated the Rochester Nighthawks over the weekend, and in AAA baseball, the Bisons, they start their series with the Red Wings tomorrow with first pitch at 6:05. It's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Kelly for Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
There's so many great candidates, so many great players. I personally have Rasmus Dahlin 1 on my list.
Good.
Why? I think
Why?
he's been phenomenal. I love I love the way he defends.
Yeah.
Competes so hard. He gets under the skin of the other team's best player, and he's a talent offensively, and he drives their offense.
What do you think? I have Rasmus Dahlin number 1 as it stands right now.
Very smart, Elliot.
Yeah. Cale Makar is the best defenseman in the world. No, hold on. I'll let you talk. He played 73 games this year. That's enough to determine he's the best defenseman. He's the number 1 defenseman on Colorado, offensively, defensively. He's the number 1 defenseman on Team Canada. He's going on the ice with a minute left, up or down. He's the only defenseman on your list that plays penalty kill, 2 minutes on average ice time. He is the overall best defenseman.
I can't believe we just wasted a minute of airtime.
What do you mean? Why is he not the winner?
Of course, Cale Makar is one of the best.
So why did you
defensemen.
pick Rasmus Dahlin?
Because I think this year Rasmus Dahlin has been the best defenseman in the league.
A little back and forth there from Elliot Friedman and Kevin Bieksa. Good morning, it's Jeremy and Joe. It's nice out. Well, warm, sorry. Apologies if you heard me say it's nice out and you walk out to a pouring rain in the next few minutes. It looks like it's about to pour. I don't know when it's supposed to pour. It's going to be soon, probably. I'm going to go by the feel, the real feel on precipitation here.
There's
Just looking
raindrops
at
on the
sky.
window.
There are? Okay, there you go. No, it's going to rain. On the Norris, I've not thought about the Norris. I want to get to tonight, the games around the league, what could really happen here for the Sabres, what we should be rooting for. But I have not thought about the Norris Trophy for Rasmus Dahlin at all. I thought about the Masterton Trophy for him, for sure. All that he's gone through in his personal life with his fiance and the baby and just everything. I mean, him playing this year at all, let alone this being the year he leads the team to the playoffs. And at the same time, like, taking care of your family, leaving the team, the Sabres being willing to let him do that. Just the whole story for Dahlin is so impressive, his season and his year of his life, that this is the year that they break it. He should win that award running away.
Yeah, the Masterton should be
For sure.
Open and shut sort of, okay, yeah, this makes too much sense. This is too big a story, too big a player.
Yep.
It all kind of fits, I think, for me, that will come to fruition. I hadn't thought about the Norris either. Like, I think this year is so full of guys doing really special stuff. I mean, Werenski on Columbus has been a witch. Mm-hmm. Makar, as Bieksa said, has been great, but he's great every year.
Yep.
You've got guys all across the league that have had Norris, worthy seasons, and Dahlin is certainly among them. He's had an unbelievable year, and Bieksa in there talks about not playing penalty kill and last minute up down
right,
as if Dahlin doesn't do all of that, which he absolutely does do. Mm-hmm. And I think just saying that he doesn't is kind of a joke on TV. Like, you don't know that he does that. Anybody you're talking about for the Norris likely does that. He plays penalty kill. He plays in the last minute up or down a goal. Like, are you watching the games? I really like Bieksa too. It was I was frustrated with him because I think he's generally very smart, but that was a really unfounded argument.
It was a very uneducated argument,
Yeah.
which for him, I would agree. Like, it's not that hard to look up. Hey, how many minutes has Dahlin played on the penalty kill this year? 61. Oh, that was easy.
Right.
Then 8 seconds. 61 minutes on the penalty kill this year. And no, that's not like the most in the league. Like, I mean, looking at Byram has played 131. But also, it's not Mezzo who's played 90 seconds.
Right. He's
It's not like he
doing the
never
job.
does it.
It's that he plays. Yeah, that really kind of. There are other reasons to say that he shouldn't win it, and it should be that there are other guys more deserving, not that Dahlin doesn't do enough.
And really, you're trying to exaggerate. Like, if that was an argument made against, like, Erik Karlsson back in the day, like, I wouldn't be surprised. By the way, Makar, 140 minutes. But, again, like, that's not near top on his team either. Manson, Tays, Burns, like, these guys are all above him.
Right, so he's the second penalty kill defenseman unit out there.
Right, which is
basically what Dahlin does.
About what
a
Dahlin
little
does.
less.
Yeah. So that argument being used against a pure offensive defenseman, like, I would expect that more being used against Evan Bouchard, who's also in the Norris conversation because he has 91 points this year. And I don't know if that's what he is, but, like, I know that's the whole, is the Norris just we're counting points for defensemen, or is the defensive game have to matter as well? And the defensive game should matter as well, for sure.
Of course.
I don't think the penalty kill minutes played when Dahlin is not a pure offensive defenseman should matter, because he is very good in his own end. He is very physical. He is not the 2017 Erik Karlsson debate or Brent Burns when he won the Norris with 1 million points and wasn't that good defensively. Like, that's not Dahlin. I think if you really want to argue the Norris Trophy, the way it's voted on, it's gone about the wrong way, that's fine. I just don't think Dahlin should be the lightning rod for that at all.
No, absolutely not. There are a handful of guys that have won it that are nowhere near as complete and well-rounded as Dahlin has been this year and will continue to be. He plays defensively as good as you could ask him to. There's nothing with his game where it's like, oh, well, yeah, he's great, but, you know, this is a giant red flag.
Yeah.
He's awesome at everything. Mm-hmm. He gets a point against Makar. Makar doesn't annoy people the way Dahlin does. That's because he defends so hard, and he's so frustrating to play against. And that should matter. If you're trying to say that everything matters is then that matters. Mm-hmm. And so, like, point for Dahlin, whatever. He is aggressive and kills plays in his own end constantly. He's really, really effective in the neutral zone, stopping plays from happening and transitioning the puck, which we talked about last week is a massive part of what makes the Sabres so great.
Yep.
And so that selling him as some sort of offensive-focused solo dynamo is not representing him fairly, and I think is not giving him the credit that he deserves for what he's done this season.
I also, like, really one thing that you don't need to even make, I feel like this argument doesn't need to be had here that BX is trying to have.
No.
But one thing that has always annoyed me about the Norris Trophy, if this guy's not the best in the world defensively in his own end, then he shouldn't be eligible. You're not a complete defenseman. When, to me, part of defending is when you have the puck. I would rather have a guy in a game, if he plays 25 minutes, I'd rather have a guy that stinks in his own end, that spends 20 of the 25 in the offensive zone, than a guy that's incredible in his own end, but he was in his own end 18 of the 25 minutes. Right. What's more valuable there? Like, running away, it's the guy that stinks in his own end that's never in his own end.
Yeah.
You're going to allow less goals with that guy than the guy that's great in his own end, but he's always there.
Yeah.
And that is always lost on hockey people. It's always, like, not even just hockey people. Like, actually, like, BXA types. Like, guys that played the position and would have a really big respect for the job that is in your own end. Because not everybody can play the way that some of these guys play offensively.
No.
Carrying the puck and passing it around. Not everybody can play that way.
But does everyone need to be able to win the Norris then? Like, do we need guys that can't play with the puck on their stick to be able to win the Norris? Does that make you the best defenseman in the world if you can't do that part of it? No. If you want to talk about a best defensive defenseman award, fine, talk about that. But if we're talking about the Norris, where it's both ends, and this guy is unbelievably, undeniably great in one end, and also really, 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 really good in the other.
Right, exactly.
Then guess what? He should probably win the Norris.
Exactly. Pronger, and I have a lot of respect for Pronger on this too, because Pronger, especially as a player, was all of this.
Yeah.
Pronger always was in the offensive zone, good puck mover. I mean, he was good even at the end. Like he's in the last playoff series the Sabres played. If I remember right, he was injured in that series and didn't play the whole thing. But yeah, Pronger's really good on, and I'm not just saying that just because he thinks Dahlin should win the Norris, but whenever he's breaking down defensemen, you know, I love listening to him. I wish he was on TV more. He might be going for like a manager job.
I was just going to say, he's so good at this stuff that he's now probably being considered to be a manager of teams, which is a weird bit of a trend recently, where there's some broadcasters being mentioned for these big time executive jobs. Like Mike Johnson's name's floating around out there, and he's just an analyst,
right?
But it's
for the Leafs job, right?
Or
was it somewhere else?
Is maybe a stretch. He got mentioned in that conversation, and the conversation was like, he's not going to get it, but this guy should be thinking about this. And, you know, the Pronger's another one of those. There's another guy that's not popping into my head right now, but it's the reason that's happening is there's a big conversation to have here about hockey in general, but analytics versus, you know, hockey guys. Bieksa maybe is who you want to point to.
Yeah.
And I think a big part of what teams are looking for is somebody to bridge that gap between, all right, what does this mean and what does that mean to a hockey guy? And these broadcasters are really talented at breaking down what the data means and explaining it very simply to people. Whether that be a hockey guy or an owner, that's a very attractive trait for these people to have. So there's a lot of these guys that are being mentioned for those jobs, Pronger being one of them.
Yeah. By the way, all of this might be a moot point and not even worth an argument. It's funny, they had a good, I mean, we played a 30-second clip of it. That's from Hockey Night in Canada. Bieksa, Elliot Friedman, and Chris Pronger on who should win the Norris. And they went back and forth the whole time about Dahlin and Makar. And neither one are even listed on the odds to win the award. There's only two guys listed right now. You can only bet on two guys. I mean, we can't bet on any because we're in New York State.
Right.
But if you're outside New York State, they're only listing two guys. Werenski of the Blue Jackets, Zach Werenski, who's minus 400, which basically means you're going to win it.
Yeah.
And Evan Bouchard is plus 250. Like, they give you one other option, and it's neither of the guys that we're talking about here.
Well, that's interesting, especially considering those two guys should have votes, no? And if they're publicly going out there and saying, I'm going to vote for this guy.
That is where football betting for MVP, Offensive Player of the Year, when you're going into the NFL awards, and this was, you know, Carl Schweisinger, it's just a name that's popping into my head, who was like minus 2,000 to win Defensive Rookie of the Year before the NFL awards happened. And it was, well, I guess he's going to win. I would trust all of those sports books and the people that are setting those odds have a really good finger on the pulse of who's actually going to win that award once the season's been wrapped up and completed. Should I assume the same thing is true with hockey?
No.
Because that is a little bit of the Jack Adams thing right now, is Lindy is a big favorite now, like massive favorite, like minus 2,500. Like we're talking like automatic to win the award. But do they know? Do we think they have a good sense of it? Do they know who even votes for it? That I would assume they know. I mean, I saw a tweet about, I forgot who tweeted it, Joe Marino, not Bills Joe Marino, Sabres Joe Marino, who on Twitter, who said that the Devils play-by-play guy said, and he has a vote because Broadcasters Association, that Lindy is his number one right now for the Jack Adams, and Cooper's not even on his ballot. So like, that's one guy. Would the sports books be monitoring that when they're setting the odds at, Lindy's going to win the award?
They should be. If they're not, they're probably losing some money.
Right.
and it feels
They
like-
have money on the line, which would imply that they are.
Yeah, that seems
On
like
top
the
of it.
last thing that the gambling companies right now are doing is giving away any chance to be making money, and that's it.
Sure. Right.
I don't think that those guys are slacking in any area, but that doesn't mean that their information's right. I think that is. There was it at the draft a few years ago when gambling had sort of really started to heat up. Jeff Merrick got kind of busted and fired from
The
his
draft.
job because he knew who was about to get drafted and somebody was telling him who was about to get drafted, and he got fired for it. Is my basic understanding of the story. I might be slipping that up a little bit, but that's the gist.
Yeah.
And so I think the NHL is very locked down about this kind of information, gambling information, probably to a degree that the NFL isn't yet, or maybe isn't required to be because it's just such a machine.
Mm-hmm.
So I would bet that it's hard to get that kind of information out of NHL people because there was a very high profile. This guy lost his job, and I don't think he really even did anything that wrong, but he was just sort of in the orbit of something that could have been bad, and like that was it.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think there's definitely some touchy, like, we're not going to reveal anything we don't need to right now.
803-0550 is the phone number on the Norris. I don't think Dahlin's going to win it. Maybe he'll be a finalist, or maybe he will, because, again, maybe they just don't have a good sense of who's voting for who and why. And there's Friedman yesterday, or Saturday. I've got him number one on my ballot. Pronger, same thing. The Sabres are in first place, and there are a couple of different scenarios by which they can clinch the division tonight.
Yeah.
So 2 more points. It kind of comes down to their magic number against both teams. Their magic number against Montreal is 2 because they only have 1 game left. The Canadiens have 1 game left. They max out at 108 points, and they cannot win the tiebreaker over the Sabres. So it's 2 points. You get 2 points, you will be above Montreal against Chicago tonight or against Dallas on Wednesday. Just get 2 total points. Doesn't matter how. You finish above Montreal. The magic number against Tampa is 4. They are 2 points back of the Sabres. Each have 2 games to play. And the tiebreaker right now, it's Buffalo by 1, regulation wins. But Tampa wins 2 in regulation. Sabres only win 1. They will have the tiebreaker because the next one goes to Tampa. So that one could be a little bit tight here. But basically, you can clinch tonight if you win against the Blackhawks and Tampa loses in regulation. They play Detroit, though.
Yeah.
Who has nothing to play for because they got eliminated from playoff contention over the weekend. Maybe that was one to root for. Hey, Detroit, win so you stay alive, so you care about beating the Lightning on Monday. What would you expect there? Like dead in the water, totally flatline because they're out, or anger? Like can I sell they're angry?
That might be a thing that they could. Yeah,
they got booed off the ice. They
got booed off the ice, and I mean Stevie Yzerman is probably not pleased with them and likely ready to blow some stuff up. So there's probably a lot of guys that are like, I better not coast it in here because Stevie Y is going to launch me into the sun if I look like I'm coasting. And that could be a real motivating factor when you got, big old Stevie up there ready to cast a long shadow because he's a scary, intimidating guy. And if you get him hot, that's not a fun place to be at all. But
right.
that might all be over anyways because he might be getting fired or whatever is going to happen there because they're a nightmare. It's a couple of years in a row they've really just 18-wheelered it off the highway in a pretty good spot. So I wouldn't be stunned to see them come out firing, but I would bet that if they get down early, that's going to be, good night. See you later.
Yeah. Their odds, the Sabres' odds to do this are really strong.
Yeah.
Because you have a margin for error. Tampa losing one of these final 2. I don't know how likely you want to consider that. We just talked about the Red Wings for this. And then their final game of the year is against the Rangers on Wednesday. The Rangers have been a little tougher to play against than where they are in the standings as of late. So I guess that could go in the Sabres' favor.
Sure.
I'm not sure they need it. They play two teams that have nothing to play for.
Right.
Chicago is bad and has nothing to play for.
Very bad. You taking a look at their numbers, their advanced
Oh,
numbers?
horrible. They're like
my
the worst in the league in almost every
goodness.
category. Or they're near the bottom.
It is absurd.
So that's tonight. The Sabres are a big favorite on the road. And then Wednesday, Dallas now is guaranteed to have nothing to play for. They're locked in. They will be the 2 seed in the Central. And there are already reports about certain important players on their team. Heiskanen is one of them. Rupe Hintz is another. I think there were a couple of other guys further down their depth chart that they're not going to play the final couple games here. So Dallas is already pulling guys out of the lineup that are dealing with an injury or a bump or a bruise here. And they're traveling to Buffalo with a series upcoming. They know who they're playing already. They know they have home ice. I don't know. I don't expect Dallas to really
Be
want
fired
the
up.
game that much, which is good. So I think they're going to do it. I think they're going to win the division. Their odds would tell you that. I mean, you could look at the betting odds for it if you want. I've got hockeystats.com open in front of me because they have playoff matchups. And they have the Sabres at 74% to win the division. So not locked up, and a quarter of the time you're still not going to win it with this breakdown here in the next couple of days.
No.
But I feel really strong about them doing it. The value of them winning the division has kind of fluctuated for me. And it's always been dependent on who they play. Is Ottawa-Montreal as even as I kind of felt like it was over the weekend? I was trying not to let the recency bias bleed in, though, where I'm watching Ottawa over the weekend before the New Jersey game. Yeah. And they look great, and the Islanders can't do anything against them. They shut them out. And Boston over here is just looking so unimpressive against the Lightning. Like, that team's not going to be able to score when we get to the playoffs. And Montreal was a little bit of both. Like, really, they didn't look good against Columbus. So Ottawa looked good, Montreal didn't. Should I really care about which one of the two there? I mean, you could even really make a case that you would rather play the Canadiens. Couldn't you?
Ooh.
You could make a case. I'm not saying I'm going to do it, but you could make a case.
I would have a really hard time getting there on that, but I don't want to see Ottawa at all, but Montreal is scary for me too. But
I think it's really just the matchup. Like, styles make fights, right?
Yeah.
And you've got a Ottawa team over here that wants to drag you into the mud, and that's the type of series they want to play, which that's the type of series I'm not sure the Sabres want to play. I think they can play it, which is why I think they're dangerous.
Yep.
Whereas Montreal, they just want to fly up and down the ice with you, and I'm looking at that like, oh, yeah,
we can do that.
Sabres can do that, and they could do it with the best of them.
Right. And that's totally fair. I think the stylistic point is valid to bring here because I do think that the Sabres could play either way and find success either way. I think another point maybe that would help here is, would playing Montreal in the first round lead to like okay, we're going to play like this against them, and then what happens when we play Carolina or Tampa or Ottawa? Mm-hmm. Are we going to be able to like do that now? Because if we get 6 games into a crazy high octane river hockey series, are we going to be able to flip the switch and get into a muddied up, gross sort of, possession thing with Carolina or whoever they end up playing, Tampa even, Boston, all these teams other than Montreal really are going to play a pretty sort of slowed down, muddy style. So that could be a concern as well.
Yeah, that they're really the only team that plays that high octane. I mean, all these teams can do it. Mm-hmm. I mean, Tampa did it against the Sabres. They just lost the game. Carolina can do it. But you're right. Like, Montreal is the most on that type of spectrum where one side is nothing happening, 2-1 hockey, not just play as solid and conservative as possible. And on the other end is take all the chances, fly up and down the ice. Like, Montreal is all the way on one side of that spectrum. Yep. They did lose Noah Dobson, by the way.
Yeah, they called up Reinbacher, though. They're a young defenseman that is good.
Yep, he's good. But Dobson, who's a 22-minute-a-night defenseman, $9 million defenseman.
That's a big loss.
He's out for, I think they said week to week, and that he will be out until at least like midway through round 1. So that's a big loss.
Yeah, that matters
for Montreal.
For sure.
Give me Boston. And the best thing for that, if the Bruins win their final game, which is tomorrow night against New Jersey, they're the wild card one. Yep. That's locked in. Doesn't matter what Ottawa does. If Boston wins tomorrow, then they will play the winner of the Atlantic Division. 803, there's still an outside chance Carolina could not be the 1 seed, but that looks very unlikely.
That seems, yeah.
803-0550, the phone number. Ray in Canada's first up this segment. Hey, Ray.
Hey, guys. How are you today?
Good.
Hey, I'm a Montreal Canadiens fan back from the 1970s, so I'm excited to see the Buffalo Sabres meet up with the Canadiens anywhere in the playoffs. But I would think you'd suggest Buffalo's probably going to end up in first, and I'd avoid Ottawa like the plague right now. They've just got the best 5-on-5 in the NHL, and they've got goaltending that seems to be popping up. I would prefer Boston for you guys and then meet you guys in the second round with the Canadiens that have some old-time hockey way back when. Be fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks, Ray, for the call. I think the most fun from a casual perspective series that could probably happen anywhere in round 1 would be Buffalo and Montreal. I think that would be unbelievable. I don't know competitively how I feel about it. I would still prefer to play Ottawa right now. It is close for me, but I think I still think Montreal's a better team than the Senators. And the Styles point I made is why I think it's closer, but I think I would still pick Ottawa. But I'll acknowledge it would be more fun against Montreal.
Oh, it'd be so fun.
It'd be more fun, but it'd also be more. Would it be less fun because it'd be more anxiety?
Stressful. Yeah, it's possible.
Like you'd have a lead in one of these big games, like a game 3, and it's 5-4, and like you just like
ghost. Yeah.
How am I going to hold on to this lead?
Right.
Here comes Caulfield at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Like I'm gonna have to score. I have to score again. I have to score 7.
Right.
That's how I'm going to be treating these games.
It would be crazy. And although I think with the way that Montreal is shaping up, if Buffalo can carry it over, I think this is going to happen a lot for the next 5 to 10 years with these teams, because I think both teams are set up to be good for a long time. So I think it would be fun to get the first installment in what may become a real rivalry over the next decade, because, I mean, Montreal's set up to be a powerhouse for a while now, and if Buffalo can sort of stay stride with them, that'd be pretty sweet.
Just see him in round 2.
Yeah, fine with that.
Montreal, go beat Tampa. We'll see you in round 2.
That would be awesome.
803-0550 is the phone number. Who do you want to play? How much do you care about the division here? It's Sabres and Blackhawks tonight. If the Sabres win in regulation, well, I guess it doesn't even matter. If the Sabres win and Tampa loses in regulation, then the Sabres win the division. So it could be over by tonight. And by the way, the other good part about that is you could play Wednesday. You could lay off a little bit. You can, if a guy's got a bump or a bruise and you want to rest him against Dallas and give him a couple of days off, that could be a benefit too of winning tonight. Larry in South Florida, if you hang on hold, we'll start with you when we come back. There's a big development in Colton Ellis territory. Colton Chaos. We have a big development with Colton Ellis. Tell you what that is when we come back on WGR. I don't want to play Ottawa. And I don't think any Sabre fan should want the Sabres to play the Senators. They are a dangerous team. Like, they are equally as dangerous, I think, to what Montreal is. Or it's pretty close. I mean, it is really possible that if that is going to be the matchup, that the Sabres would be underdogs in the first round of the playoffs. I'm not sure about that. It could be really close. One reason why you could think that that's the case is you go look at the betting odds, who, of course, are going to make the odds for these series whenever they're announced. And if you look at their Eastern Conference winner odds, it goes Tampa 1, it goes Carolina 2, as you would expect, and then Ottawa just narrowly is ahead of the Sabres in odds to win the conference. That is, maybe that's some of the side of the bracket they could fall on, but I think that is, I mean, they'd play Carolina in round 1. I think that is a show of real respect for what the Senators are. And a day ago, it, to me, was looking like, all right, look at the games these teams have down the stretch, not playing any, like Ottawa didn't play a team that was playing for anything. It was New Jersey last night, and that's Toronto. Is there a team more dead in the water right now than the Maple Leafs? Like, I can't trust them to win that game. And Boston can't win a hockey game. So it's, all right, I guess I'm playing Ottawa. And last night, that kind of got flipped around. Boston won in regulation, and somehow the Senators lost to a Devils team that's not playing for anything. With a third-string goalie, by the way. The New Jersey had a third-string goalie in. So, all right, I think that's a real difference. Playing Boston right now is the real prize. I think winning the division will be really fun, and getting a banner will be really fun, and like, haha, John Cooper and the Lightning. Like that'll be fun if the Sabres win the division. But to me, the biggest prize that is left out there in the final days of the season is getting the Bruins to be your first round opponent. The Sabres are in first place, and there are a couple of different scenarios by which they can clinch the division tonight. Yeah. So, 2 more points. It kind of comes down to their magic number against both teams. Their magic number against Montreal is 2, because they only have 1 game left. The Canadiens have 1 game left. They max out at 108 points, and they cannot win the tiebreaker over the Sabres. So it's 2 points. You get 2 points, you will be above Montreal against Chicago tonight or against Dallas on Wednesday. Just get 2 total points, doesn't matter how, you finish above Montreal. The magic number against Tampa is 4. They are 2 points back of the Sabres. Each have 2 games to play. And the tiebreaker right now, it's Buffalo by 1, regulation wins, but Tampa wins 2 in regulation. Sabres only win 1. They will have the tiebreaker because the next one goes to Tampa. So that one could be a little bit tight here. But basically, you can
Sabres back in action after what feels like an eternity tonight in Chicago, taking on the Blackhawks. Puck drop set for 8:30, 7:30 pregame right here on WGR. The Detroit Red Wings eliminated from playoff contention over the weekend, among some other teams, but Detroit now has the longest active drought in the NHL at 10 years. Can you imagine that? The tradition, unlike any other, came down to an exciting finish last night. Rory McIlroy, who let a 6-stroke lead slip away over the weekend, finished it out on top to win his 2nd straight Masters title. Looking around the NFL, Miami edge rusher Reuben Bain Jr. was involved in a fatal traffic collision in March of 2024, and one NFL team is concerned about multiple incidents. The Reed Optional's Oliver Connolly broke the tragic news, and this is a developing story still. Miami Herald's Omar Kelly reports that the Dolphins and running back Devon Achane are not close to agreeing to terms on a contract extension. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport says there's a pretty decent chance that USC wide receiver Mekhi Lemon ends up being the 3rd wide receiver drafted this year, and the Falcons exercise running back Bijan Robinson's 5th-year team option for 2027. In the NLL, The Bandits defeated the Rochester Nighthawks over the weekend, and in AAA baseball, the Bison start their series with the Red Wings tomorrow. First pitch at 6:05. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
And the Sabres going to loft one down the ice, right in the back of the net, and taking a bow down at the other end for the Buffalo Sabres, who have taken a 6.
Rasmus Dahlin's empty netter from last week, which came from behind the red line. Like, not the center ice red line, the goal line, I should say. The goal line is red, but no one would ever call that the red line.
No.
Because there is, it's a red line, but it's not the red line.
Yeah, the red line's the big one in the middle.
Yeah.
When you're doing, Herbie's, mountains, suicides, whatever you called them in hockey, it was blue line, goal line, red line, goal line, blue line, goal line, goal line, goal line.
Yeah.
Too many red lines in there would make it confusing.
Should they be a different color?
No.
Should the red line be a different color? No, because then that would be really confusing.
Yeah, I don't.
It's the red line.
I think they're good.
Even though the red line has no real rule
Icing.
standing anymore. Icing, right. Yeah, 2-line pass is long gone. But right, icing still. 803-0550 is the phone number. Your rooting guide for tonight, I mean, it's pretty easy.
Mm-hmm.
You want the Sabres to beat Chicago, and you want Tampa to fall in their matchup against the Red Wings. Saw a lot of fans having fun with the Patrick Kane shushing the Sabres crowd.
And the Larkin ear to the crowd as well.
Yeah.
It's good.
Yeah, what do you do if you're the Red Wings? I mean, I think the answer is you fire the general manager.
Yeah.
But who's got the stones to fire Steve Yzerman if you're the Red Wings?
Yeah, that's going to be we're going to kick him upstairs for a year and Ronnie Francis him next year. That's what happened to Francis over the weekend.
That's the right thing to do.
They hired Botterill. Botterill kind of slowly took over in Seattle.
Yep.
And then he hired Bylsma, and Francis did not want to hire Bylsma. And Francis essentially at that point was a lame duck, just kind of sitting up there getting paid. And they finally were like, all right, this guy's done now.
Yep.
That's going to be Yzerman.
They're still bad.
Yeah.
Seattle, too.
Yeah.
Larry in South Florida, first up this segment. Hey, Larry.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. I mean, what a Masters final round yesterday. That was incredible. So I'm happy for Rory. But that was a great tournament. Sabres, though, tonight, just go out. You've had 3 days rest. Go out, dominate, take a lead. Just don't do what you did against the Rangers, because that one drove me crazy. You got a 2-goal lead. They were all over them. The Rangers couldn't skate with us. And then we started the turnover the puck.
Larry, you still there? Larry, we lost you. Try calling back. Yeah, if they play their game tonight, they'll win. Chicago is not a team that can compete with the Sabres when they're at their best. They're a big favorite. And when is the last time the Sabres really lost to a bad team? How long's it been? Not even like bubble teams. Because they lost to Detroit. They lost to Washington. You know, like these teams are in the race. I'm not talking in the race. When have they last lost to a team that was like bottom of the standings? It's been a long time, hasn't it? Have they even done? I mean, it's hockey. And what's hockey? Hockey is anyone can beat anybody in any given night. Like Vancouver won against, who'd they beat that was really good recently? I forget.
Colorado.
Colorado.
High-scoring game.
Vancouver, the Canucks, the worst team in the league, beat Colorado, who's having like the best regular season in years. So, like, it can happen.
They lost to the Panthers on January 12th.
Okay.
Which is,
Florida at that time, even though, was like not dead yet.
Mm-hmm.
And they were still, like, they had enough of their guys, right? Yep. Like, where that was not, I wouldn't even go as far as to say that. Okay, so January 12th, you said the date was?
Yep.
I went to the standings on January 12th, and Florida was 1 point out of a playoff spot. Behind the Sabres.
Yep.
So they were the same spot as the Sabres. So that's not really even it. Maybe they've gone the whole year without doing it.
The Jets on December 5th, but they were fine then.
Calgary.
I mean, and that is before they got good. That's
Right.
how far back we're going.
So they haven't really lost a game like tonight would be since they got good.
Yeah.
And even before that. There are a couple then, I guess. Because I think Calgary can be in that bucket. They lost to the Flames in the first week of December, and they lost to Toronto early in the year. Maybe we didn't know how bad they were then.
Yeah, I think that was still Toronto with Matthews, and like they're just at that point we were thinking they're going to make a run and try and get in here, but they just never did.
And Larry's right to point out, like, the Ranger game was headed that way.
Yeah.
The Rangers are this. The Rangers are bad. They are playing more competitively in the last couple of weeks, although I do think they've lost a couple in a row. I forget what they've done recently, but like in the last 2 games since they played the Sabres. But before the Sabres, they were on a win streak.
Right.
So, but that would have qualified. But they dug out of it, and they found their game in the third period, and it became, okay, yeah, we're better than you. And we're going to win this hockey game, because if we're even on our game for one period against a team that is that far down in the standings, they should win that hockey game. So I do feel great about tonight. I would be stunned if they didn't find a way to win tonight's game. Especially, you'd expect it's going to be Luukkonen.
Yes.
Who has not played now in a week.
Yeah, he's rested now, which is big.
You got a rested UPL. He's played really well recently. I think, things are looking really good. Chicago might even be at a point in their season where they're playing like AHL guys, and let's see what this guy can do for us. And hey, this goalie who's not played a game all year, let's just throw him in and see what it looks like. Like you're at that stage in the season. Chicago tonight, just looking at their Nick Lardis is on their first line. How many Sabre fans wanna give me anything on him?
Yeah, they are deep in it.
Yeah,
deep in it.
They're at that point in their year where they're throwing guys at the roster and saying, "Hey, here, you want to make your NHL debut tonight? Here, go ahead,
go try it.
Good luck."
Can you play with Connor Bedard?
Right.
Nobody can play with Connor Bedard.
So I feel good about it. So tonight's easy, and then tomorrow is a little bit more pick who you want to play against, root for that side of it. And also, if it's still going by then, if the Sabres hadn't beat Chicago, then you're rooting against Montreal tomorrow night. And they play against the Flyers on the road, who are still fighting for a playoff spot. So tomorrow, to me, is you root for the Bruins to beat the Devils.
Yep.
You root for... Who's the other one? That's it. Oh, that's it. Montreal. Sorry. Yeah. We just said it. Montreal. To lose to Philadelphia. And then that's it. And then hopefully you're home and you can go into the final day of the year knowing who you play against and knowing that you've won the division. That'd be a
awesome.
Dream.
Could you imagine that building if they clinch it?
Yeah.
Everybody gets in there, fan appreciation night. That's going to be fun if they get that done.
803-0550 is the phone number. Sal's coming up at 8 o'clock. We are closing in on the NFL draft next week. Next week is the NFL draft. So we are getting, or is it 2 weeks? It's next Friday, so it's almost 2 weeks away, but it is at the end of next week. Sal coming up at 8 o'clock, and some more hockey award stuff that I was looking into over the weekend as we're nearing the end of the regular season. So all this is going to be pretty much wrapped up when it comes to votes. We just won't know for a while. That when we come back here on WGR. The Sabres are in first place, and there are a couple of different scenarios by which they can clinch the division tonight.
Yeah.
So 2 more points. It kind of comes down to their magic number against both teams. Their magic number against Montreal is 2 because they only have 1 game left. The Canadiens have 1 game left. They max out at 108 points, and they cannot win the tiebreaker over the Sabres. So it's 2 points. You get 2 points, you will be above Montreal against Chicago tonight or against Dallas on Wednesday. Just get 2 total points. Doesn't matter how. You finish above Montreal. The magic number against Tampa is 4. They are 2 points back of the Sabres. Each have 2 games to play. And the tiebreaker right now, it's Buffalo by 1, regulation wins, but Tampa wins 2 in regulation, Sabres only win 1, they will have the tiebreaker because the next one goes to Tampa. So that one could be a little bit tight here. But basically, you can clinch tonight if you win against the Blackhawks and Tampa loses in regulation. So the leaderboard yesterday, Brian, in the up and down swings we had, but what about just the weekend in general? The fact that Rory really just had to play, I mean, he did, right? Literally, even golf on Friday and Saturday because he had done so much of his work on Thursday and Friday. But isn't it typical Rory fashion? He's going to make you sweat it if you're rooting for him.
Yep, he's a player that goes up and down again and again and again. Yeah, the mood swings of watching McIlroy, if you're a fan of him, can be jolting for sure. But you're right. He went into the weekend at 12 under, and his nearest competitor was at -6. Mm-hmm. And obviously, quite a few players made a run at him. I mean, there were moments yesterday where, Rose was winning. Henley was coming at him. Cam Young was coming at him. Hatton made an early run. Henley, and then Scheffler made a big run of his own. Man, if Scotty Scheffler could have played the par fives better at Augusta over this week, he might be the champion as of this moment. But you're right, Rory, 1 over on Saturday, 1 under on Sunday. It's good enough. So, in some sense, you sit there and say, well, geez, Rory didn't have his best over the weekend, but you're right. He built up enough goodwill on the scoreboard over those first 2 days that he didn't have to play perfect like the rest of these guys did. Like Scheffler had to play perfect in order to win. He almost did. It was the first player. That stat's incredible. The first player not to make a bogey on the weekend at the Masters since 1942. So, Scheffler literally was almost perfect in the sense that if he had just birdied a couple more of those par fives, maybe he would have won. But, yeah, for Rory, he was able to just hold on, and despite still, again, having some limitations with his driver early, and then late, he didn't putt as well as he did on the first 2 days.
Quick thing about the NHL awards, and then Joe Callie's got a stat of the day. So Connor McDavid, who's still only 29 years old, he has the lead right now for points in the NHL, 133, which is 5 more than Kucherov. You actually have both the Rocket Richard and the Art Ross kind of coming down to the end. So Kucherov could still catch McDavid, but if McDavid holds him off, it'll be his 6th Art Ross trophy already in his NHL career. And there are only 3 other guys who have ever done that in hockey history. He's not even 30 yet. I'm guessing you could guess the 3. It's not that hard.
Gretzky, Lemieux, and McDavid, or who am I forgetting? Crosby?
Gordie Howe.
Gordie Howe. All right, whatever.
Gretzky 10, Howe and Lemieux 6. So he'll be tied for second all time. Gretzky will be the only one with more in his career. Does he get there? Does he get to 10?
Yeah.
Leading the league in points 10 times. He'd be at 6 by 29.
He's got 4 more.
4 more in his
33. Ooh, that might be tough.
He could do it.
He could,
in
but
his
you could
mid-30s.
You could also get Bedard to come, like, if they get good,
or
Bedard could
Celebrini.
score, right? Or Celebrini, even maybe
Yeah.
a better example. Like Celebrini could score 140 for the next 5 years and just kind of take that over.
Think he comes just short?
I think maybe, yeah, he gets to 8 or 9 and
All right.
he just can't quite get over the hump.
The other award that is still a race down the stretch here is for the Rocket Richard. Cole Caulfield's got 51 goals and McKinnon's got 52.
What a stud Caulfield is, man.
He's insane.
That little guy, man. Coming out that year, that draft year, man, it was just what a job USA Hockey did with him and Hughes and those guys.
Sabre fans wanted him.
Yep.
I remember that draft. All this, the NHL draft is so much tougher though because it's just not as in depth. Not everybody knows everybody.
Right.
So like you latch on to one guy. Hey, this guy is small and super skilled and can score goals, and he might only drop because he's small. That's the guy that people end up liking in the draft. That's the guy that ends up working out a lot though too. And here was
definitely
an extreme example of that. And the Sabres got Dylan Cousins and then got Josh Norris out of it, so it's not the end of the world, but I remember fans wanting Caulfield, and he ended up going 15th.
Yep.
And now he's a 50-goal scorer. Stat of the day from Joe.
Stat of the day. We like to rag on the Jets here and there, so this will do that. Rory McIlroy has won 2 Masters since the Jets have had their last interception. Their last interception was Ashton Davis, who's now on the Dolphins. The regular season finale of the 24-25 season is their last interception. So McIlroy's tallied 2 Green Jackets since the last time that's happened.
It is incredible they went a whole year without an interception.
with a defensive coach.
That was a defensive back in the NFL
right.
that picked the ball off all the time.
Yes.
Oh, my gosh, it's amazing.
Man, you could really have a lot of fun with this for a lot of things.
Yeah.
Like how many Sabres wins since the last Jets interception?
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Because that's more than a full season, right? It's the second half of last year, too.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Not that the Sabres won a ton of games in the
No.
second half of last year.
Right.
Let me find the answer to that.
75 wins, roughly, maybe.
But 2 Masters for Rory since the last Jets interception.
Jets fans think nothing can hurt them until the draft. It's the offseason. Rory McIlroy like the Grim Reaper in the back of the room.
Bang.
Just backlit.
Yeah.
That's funny.
But yeah, that's the stat of the day. McIlroy.
I love it. The
good.
Jets. Rory, such a feel-good story. I love it for him, and everyone loves Rory. Not everybody, but most people love Rory. And I like when the guy that is supposed to win and is capable of winning answers the bell when he's starting to fall short of the standard he has set for himself. And that was Rory. Rory, you don't want a guy to be like that. When you are the best in the world and you can't win a major for 12 years, what's your problem? And winning back-to-back obviously gets rid of that. Sabres won 71 games since the Jets last had intercepted a pass. Sal Capaccio, when we come back on the draft, there's some big stories on the draft around the league. We'll get to that with him coming back on WGR. So the leaderboard yesterday, Brian, in the up and down swings we had, but what about just the weekend in general? The fact that Rory really just had to play, I mean, he did, right? Literally, even golf on Friday and Saturday because he had done so much of his work on Thursday and Friday. But isn't it typical Rory fashion? He's going to make you sweat it if you're rooting for him.
Yep, he's a player that goes up and down again and again and again. Yeah, the mood swings of watching McIlroy, if you're a fan of him, can be jolting for sure. But you're right. He went into the weekend at 12 under, and his nearest competitor was at -6. Mm-hmm. And obviously, quite a few players made a run at him. I mean, there were moments yesterday where, Rose was winning. Henley was coming at him. Cam Young was coming at him. Hatton made an early run. Henley, and then Scheffler made a big run of his own. Man, if Scotty Scheffler could have played the par fives better at Augusta over this week, he might be the champion as of this moment. But you're right, Rory, 1 over on Saturday, 1 under on Sunday. It's good enough. So, in some sense, you sit there and say, well, geez, Rory didn't have his best over the weekend, but you're right. He built up enough goodwill on the scoreboard over those first 2 days that he didn't have to play perfect like the rest of these guys did. Like Scheffler had to play perfect in order to win. He almost did. It was the first player. That's incredible. The first player not to make a bogey on the weekend at the Masters since 1942. So, Scheffler literally was almost perfect in the sense that if he had just birdied a couple more of those par fives, maybe he would have won. But, yeah, for Rory, he was able to just hold on, and despite still, again, having some limitations with his driver early, and then late, he didn't putt as well as he did on the first 2 days.
I don't want to play Ottawa. And I don't think any Sabre fan should want the Sabres to play the Senators. They are a dangerous team. Like, they are equally as dangerous, I think, to what Montreal is. Or it's pretty close. It is really possible that if that is going to be the matchup, that the Sabres would be underdogs in the first round of the playoffs. I'm not sure about that. It could be really close. One reason why you could think that that's the case is you go look at the betting odds, who, of course, are going to make the odds for these series whenever they're announced. And if you look at their Eastern Conference winner odds, it goes Tampa 1, it goes Carolina 2, as you would expect, and then Ottawa just narrowly is ahead of the Sabres in odds to win the conference. Maybe that's some of the side of the bracket they could fall on, but I think that is, they played Carolina in round 1. I think that is a show of real respect for what the Senators are. And a day ago, it, to me, was looking like, all right, look at the games these teams have down the stretch, not playing any. Like, Ottawa didn't play a team that was playing for anything. It was New Jersey last night, and that's Toronto. Is there a team more dead in the water right now than the Maple Leafs? Like, I can't trust them to win that game. And Boston can't win a hockey game. So it's, all right, I guess I'm playing Ottawa. And last night, that kind of got flipped around. Boston won in regulation, and somehow the Senators lost to a Devils team that's not playing for anything. With a third-string goalie, by the way. The New Jersey had a third-string goalie in. So, all right, I think that's a real difference. Playing Boston right now is the real prize. I think winning the division will be really fun, and getting a banner will be really fun, and haha, John Cooper and the Lightning. That'll be fun if the Sabres win the division. But to me, the biggest prize that is left out there in the final days of the season is getting the Bruins to be your first round opponent.
The Sabres back in action tonight after what feels like an eternity in Chicago, taking on the Blackhawks. Puck drop set for 8:30, pregame at 7:30 right here on WGR. The Detroit Red Wings were eliminated from playoff contention over the weekend, among other teams, but the Red Wings now have the longest active drought in NHL at 10 years. The tradition, unlike any other, came down to an exciting finish last night as Rory McIlroy, who let a 6-stroke lead slip away over the weekend, finished out on top to win his second straight green jacket. Around the NFL, Miami edge rusher Ruben Bain Jr. was involved in a fatal traffic collision in March of 2024, and one NFL team is, quote, concerned about multiple incidents. To the Reed Optionals, Oliver Connolly broke the tragic news. This is still a developing story. Miami Herald's Omar Kelly reports that the Dolphins and running back Devon Achane are not close to agreeing to terms on a contract extension. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport says there's a pretty decent chance that USC wide receiver Mekhi Lemon ends up being the third wide receiver drafted this year, and the Falcons exercise running back Bijan Robinson's fifth-year team option for 2027. In the NLL, the Bandits defeated the Rochester Nighthawks over the weekend, and in AAA baseball, the Bisons start their series with the Rochester Red Wings tomorrow in Rochester with first pitch set for 6:05. Join us in the fight against cancer by riding with the WGR Ride for Roswell team on Saturday, June 27th. When you sign up, you'll get a rider gift from WGR and Tom's Pro Bike on Walden Avenue in Lancaster. Plus, at the event, stop by our table and scan the QR code for a chance to win a $1,000 gift card to Tom's Pro Bike. Visit WGR550.com. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Ten days until the NFL draft. Quickly approaching. Might feel like it's even more quickly approaching because of the Sabres season and just kind of off to the side on some of these days where they're winning 5-0 over Columbus, and we're talking playoff matchups. So a lot of hockey, but we'll get some football in here as well. Sal Capaccio now on the Western Hotline. The Red Wings also so interesting there. Joe had in the update 10 years in a row missing the playoffs. Sal, that's a tough one when you've got a legend of the team as your general manager and it's gone this long without making it. That's just a really awkward spot, I think, to be as a franchise.
Yeah, good morning. I agree with you. And on top of that, like a guy that, did a great job in his previous stop in Tampa, right? I mean, built the Lightning to, win championships and, comes back home. It was kind of a slam dunk at the time. And I really thought they were on the right track a few years ago. I don't know, I'm sure you remember, but it was like the Red Wings had this nice youthful group that was coming up like, okay, they're going to be a bit of a problem to deal with. And it never materialized for them, right? And I don't know why that is, but I thought they were going to be a lot better, I guess. And maybe I was just, naive or wrong about looking at them, but never materialized. And now, I mean, two of the best hockey cities in the country, right? I believe Buffalo obviously is. I know it's been a while since they've been in the playoffs to kind of show it to the nation, but two of the best hockey towns, hockey cities in the country, they go back-to-back for the longest playoff droughts, and obviously combined they were, and now it's just the Red Wings. So, yeah, it's weird to see. You're right, Joe, the draft, like every year we get this big build-up for the draft, partly because it's a distraction from the Sabres not playing well. It's a distraction from, well, what do we have here? Let's talk about the Bills and the draft because it's not really fun to talk about the Sabres. This year is way different. I do think that there's a couple factors. I don't think the draft is the best draft, you know what I mean, as far as talent-wise. Mm-hmm. The Bills are picking in the late 20s again. It's not like they have a top 10 pick. And, man, the Sabres have really carried us, and it kind of sneaks up. So I think all of that is actually a big factor.
How much I was thinking about the DJ Moore trade for this the other day. I heard Scott Barrett say that as bad as you think this draft is, it's worse. Like, there's a lot of that around this draft. Mm-hmm. And I wonder, so like all the confusion of, wait, what? The Bills had to give up a second to get DJ Moore? Why did it cost so much? I wonder if any willingness to part with that pick was, well, yeah, but maybe this year's second-round pick isn't as valuable as most years' second-round picks.
Yeah, maybe that's true. Or you could say, look, maybe I guess you could work it the reverse too. I'm thinking the other way around, which is like you want a guy, you have to use the second round pick to get the established player now much more than you would to get the draft pick, because you could look, if you're the Bears in this example, I would say Ryan Poles tells Brandon Beane, look, I mean, fine, take your chances getting a second round receiver. You're not going to get anything close to what you get in DJ Moore. You better give me that asset, because this year the draft just isn't that good, right? So I think you could look at it like that too.
Yeah.
And maybe that, up the price. And then look what Jalen Waddle went for. I mean, there's a debate on, both DJ Moore and Jalen Waddle and the price that each team paid to get those guys, and if those prices were too high. But I do think that the way that the draft is this year probably played into that.
Yeah, I want to get to a few things non-draft too. You had a conversation with Greg Rousseau on It's Always Game Day in Buffalo, but while we're here on receiver, I think you've kind of been consistent on this. I feel like most people that cover the Bills have that they still could draft a receiver in round one, despite the fact that they took DJ Moore. When you look at that position, would you expect they'll be tested at that position? Like there will be somebody available there that will be exciting. I mean, I don't know. Part of that is you've got 5 guys, right? Like Carnell Tate, Mekhi Lemon, Jordan Tyson, Casey Concepcion, and Omar Cooper seemed for most people be kind of the top 5 that are round one type receivers. And I don't know, Sal, it doesn't feel like all 5 of those guys would be gone. I don't know which one would be available, but doesn't it kind of feel like if they did want a receiver, there will probably be a guy there that would be worth the pick.
And that's going to be, the beauty is going to be in the eye of the beholder there, right? I mean, there will be somebody, there's always somebody, and you're going to have, somebody who's going to say, oh my God, there's, Bernard from Alabama, Denzel Boston is there, right? He's worth it, where maybe you might find him, and some people valuing him in a 40, around the 40 range, and people in the, Bills fans may go, well, no, 26, go get that guy. Jordan Tyson, he's got a lot of injuries, but man, he's a real good talent. So that's a good debate right there. Yes, there's going to be a player there, Joe, that many fans will say, oh my God, go get that guy. But, every year that happens in any position. If you like the position and you want the Bills to draft the position, then you're going to find players that can kind of get you there. And you're putting the cart before the horse a little bit to kind of get you to your confirmation bias. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And I think you could definitely do that. Who are the consensus, I think, is a really good question, this draft. This throws into the thing you just talked about. What kind of draft is this? Well, part of it is, what is the actual consensus of the top receivers in this draft and who they are, right? I mean, is Carnell Tate number 1? Sure, probably. I don't know. Mekhi Lemon could be number 1. People like Casey Concepcion a lot. I love Casey Concepcion for what he could bring to the Bills and the skill set that he brings and how he could fit in and all the things he could do. So, yes, there will be a conversation there. And I think that just really a lot of it comes down to, if you really want to find your way to a guy, you can find your way to a guy.
I think, yeah, like part of what's interesting maybe about that position is kind of what you just laid out. Like, I kind of think those 5, maybe you're right, Denzel Boston should be kind of at the end of that group as well, that they could really go in almost any order. Like, I don't think Carnell Tate is going to be further back than the second guy picked. That seems to be, like you said, the consensus. But Lemon, Tyson, Concepcion, Cooper, maybe Boston too. Maybe any of them could be the second one. Where, Tyson could fall to the Bills at 26, or he could go like number 9. Like there's just a lot of variability, it seems like, with most of them except for Tate. It doesn't feel like there's any possibility Tate's falling anywhere near the Bills would be picking.
So let's say a guy like Chris Bell, right? I mean, I get a lot of love. People tell me about Chris Bell. They love him. 6'2", 22, Louisville, really nice player. Is anybody sitting here thinking they should really take him at 26? But if you don't take him at 26, he's not going to be there maybe in the third round, right? So, I mean, right. I think that this gets you to how do you want to approach it. And I think the Bills' general approach is we're not going to reach. We're not going to take a guy at 26 if we value him in the 50s. It's just not how it works. And I agree with that. I agree with that philosophy. This comes down again to need versus value or best player available. And you don't draft for need. And the best way to say it is, yes, of course you're going to take, if you're the best player available as a quarterback, you're not going to take the quarterback. If it's a running back, you're not going to take the running back if you're the Buffalo Bills. What it is it's the best player available, ... as long as it's not a position you totally aren't going to use them. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like, that's what it comes down to. If there's a guy that's valued in the teens or early 20s and you're at 26, if it's a position that at least he's going to play some, you take him. You know why? Because the next year he's playing a lot more. And needs change all the time, right? All the time they change in this league. The problem is if you do it the other way and say, well, you know what? We really got this guy valued in the 50s, but we need another receiver. You take him in the 20s, it's just not worth it. Like, that guy then suddenly does not live up to that expectation. The team can't use him in the role that they would normally take a guy who they take that early, and it just doesn't fit for everybody.
All right. Sal Capaccio with us on the WGR hotline. We've talked most positions with you, Sal, along the way here one day or another. Have you thought at all, or are you thinking at all about guard for the Bills in the first round?
I'm not. I think that there would be two things that would hold me back from getting there. Now, I would say after wide receiver, I've said it this way, Joe, there's only one position on offense I would even kind of think the Bills could take in the first round. That is wide receiver. The other one that would be next, if there was a second, would be guard. That would be it. Not tackle. They, of course, have Deion Dawkins and Spencer Brown. Even though they lost Ryan Vandermark, they're not going to do that. Guard only because there are still questions about who is the starter. But when you think about it that way, too, is someone coming in that you're going to draft in the first round and play above Alec Anderson and above Austin Corbett and above Chase Lunt, who you drafted last year in your system? Like, I just don't see it. And if you're going to draft a guy with that pick, well, he's got to be that guy. Now, if you want to make an argument, and you could do this, and I could understand this argument. I don't agree with it, and I don't think the Bills would do this. But if you want to make an argument that, look, he might not play this year, but Osiris Torrance has 1 year left in his deal, and Alec Anderson has 1 year left in his deal. Mm-hmm. Like, we got to start replenishing this, and we don't really love what we have behind them, and we don't want to go out and pay $20 million a year in free agent market for a guard next year. And if those guys play really well and price themselves out, what do we do? So I could see that. I mean, there's been talk from fans, I think Connor McGovern could play guard. I don't see it. Connor McGovern didn't come back to the Bills to play guard. He came back to the Bills to play center. I think it was important for him and Josh Allen and everybody. But the Bills did sign Lloyd Cushenberry III, who they themselves said, Joe, that if Connor McGovern had left, they would have targeted him to maybe be the replacement to start there.
Right, that's right. It just always feels like a position that you don't have to prioritize and spend a big asset on, and you'll do fine. And I do feel like really the whole time Brandon Beane has been the general manager, that's pretty much been how they've approached the position. I would maybe say other than Torrance, right? Because second-round pick is not nothing, and we'll see if they pay him. But otherwise, like, it's Quentin Spain here and John Feliciano there, and I mean, even now, right? Like, that's kind of how they're at the position at the moment on the left side with Anderson and with, as you mentioned, Corbett. Like, they've always had a guy they just kind of plug in there or bring along in the system for a year or two and then put him in for not a big amount of money, and it almost always goes at least reasonably well for them.
And I always also say, Joe, that I know that you have to protect Josh Allen. He's your biggest asset. There's no doubt about that, right? But this is not a grind it out. We better have really great guards and centers to grind it out. Yes, they're going to run the ball a lot, but when you have Josh Allen, your offense flows through him. The tackles are much different in this conversation, but the offense just works different, and you have to prioritize a little bit differently on how you go about roster build. So I just don't see it. No, it's not a position that I think if there was a second position of need on the offense, if we were ranking, that would be it. I don't think it rises to the level, though, of taking a guy in the first round.
Sure. Sal Capaccio with us on the WGR hotline. It's always game day in Buffalo, Sal. You guys talked to Greg Rousseau, and a lot to get to on him. I mean, really, it just starts with kind of what position he even views himself as, right? Defensive end, linebacker. I mean, really, we're now doing the edge, classification a lot more recently, and it feels like maybe that's perfect for Rousseau because it might be a strong debate otherwise. I don't know. What do you have to say about it?
So I would invite everybody to go listen to that. It's, of course, on iTunes, Spotify, wherever. And then if you go to my YouTube page, Sal Sports on YouTube, just like it's on X, you can find the video right there. You can see Greg, and he's talking with us. And it's really interesting how it kind of came about because first question, I said, all right, Greg, how do we introduce you now? Are you, besides Gregory or Greg, Greg is fine, he said. Are you linebacker Greg Rousseau? Are you defensive end Greg Rousseau? Are you hybrid Greg Rousseau? And he stopped. He goes, I like hybrid. So apparently he wants to be called hybrid Greg Rousseau. Now, it's a little bit tongue-in-cheek, but he likes hybrid, he said. So I kind of, doesn't that, Joe, give us a window into what he's thinking, though, about what this defense is? He said hybrid Greg Rousseau, right? So no longer is the straight 4-3 Greg Rousseau on the edge, and he's not a 3-4 stand-up outside linebacker all the time either. You know the term I've been using is five-man surface, five-man spacing, however you want to say it. There's going to be basically 4 guys or 5 guys on the line of scrimmage. When you actually take a snapshot of the line of scrimmage and the offense line up against the defense, you'll see 4 or you'll see 5 guys generally, not 3, because somebody's going to be on the line of scrimmage as the outside guy other than the nose tackle and then let's say Ed Oliver and TJ Sanders outside them, let's just say, for example, or, Deion Walker. And then you're going to have a Greg Rousseau up on the line. You're going to have a Bradley Chubb up on the line. Maybe both of them, maybe one of them. That's going to happen. He's a hybrid. So I thought that was interesting. And, it was a good conversation with Greg Rousseau. And then today, Joe, it's our annual chat with Mike North we're going to be having. So, be on the lookout for that. The NFL schedule maker, we're very excited. Going back to your point about the draft and the NHL playoffs, I mean, the NFL schedule is something we really, really talk about and get into every year. But, man, the playoff schedule for the Sabres, we're all kind of waiting on pins and needles when they're going to open, probably at home. Are they going to play on night 1 of the NFL draft? But, we're going to talk with Mike North today. And always really interesting questions, especially now with the NFL changing some rules about short weeks on Fridays. They're now playing on Thanksgiving Eve. They're not going to do double Monday night doubleheader, so a lot to get to with him today for sure.
Yeah, I'm excited about that. Before we get too far away from Rousseau, I got one on Mike North's conversation too.
Yeah.
How do you see him, like I don't know, versatility, but I feel like there could be another gear for him in this defense. I don't know how solid I feel in that because it's been a while, but that was kind of the book on him coming out of school at Miami was he had that big year with like 15 and a half sacks. And I remember that there were a big number of them where he was playing inside, that he wasn't on the edge. I don't know if they played a 3-4, but it was somewhere like defensive tackle. And he's basically kind of just played the edge, Sal. Like it's been a very, prototypical role for him in Sean McDermott's defense. Not really a guy they're moving around a lot. He's not Micah Parsons for that. He's not Myles Garrett. I don't think he's that good of a player like those guys, but I would be curious to see, okay, maybe he's on the edge on this play, and on third down, he's maybe on the interior. I don't know what Jim Leonard would have to say to that, but again, coming out into the league, he was a guy that it felt like you can get something out of him from different spots.
And I think that would be the plan this year. Just talking with Greg, seeing how this defense is formulating a little bit here and there, I definitely think that, they could move him around. I even asked him a question about, like, using different skill sets on the edge versus in the interior. And, he talked about that and through that. And I think we're going to see a little bit of that. Now, I do think, Joe, that a lot of what happens with Greg Rousseau, maybe even Bradley Chubb to an extent, that whole group, kind of depends on where Michael Hoyt is, right? Like, because you can move Greg Rousseau inside, but what if you have Michael Hoyt and he can rush from the inside? You don't have to be able to do that as much, right? So, yes. And then let's remember, Greg Rousseau, he's been playing kind of the right defensive end spot here. And with Bradley Chubb, he can kind of go back to left. And now you have a little bit of a more interchangeable part with Greg Rousseau and some other guys.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. So you mentioned you're going to have your conversation with Mike North today. And I would imagine topic number 1 is the opener.
Yeah, so he's not going to reveal, just so everybody knows, they're not going to reveal the schedule to us, right? That doesn't happen. He's not going to go, oh, yeah, guys, just here with Sal and Matt, and I'm going to tell you guys what the Bills' opening game is this year and where it is. That's not going to happen. He doesn't do that. But we can get a sense of what they think about opening the new stadium, how important it is to highlight the new stadium, if that would be something they'd want to maybe do in week 1 or week 2, depending on, because they have other things going on in week 1. That will be a hot topic for sure. The last few years, he's made it very, very clear the Bills The Bills, the Ravens, the Chiefs, the Bengals, these are the top teams in the AFC that they want to make sure they highlight. And I'm assuming that will be the case again, but I'm also curious about the new head coaches, how much that plays into a lot of what's happened here. You have long-standing head coaches that are gone now. Sean McDermott, Mike Tomlin, John Harbaugh, all in the AFC. Like, how much does that matter when those teams even maybe match up against each other to highlight that kind of thing? So it's going to be really interesting to kind of talk with him about. It's really, folks, about the mechanics of the schedule, what the league thinks about the Bills and other teams, and what they're thinking about how they place games and where they place games and all the different nuances with that.
Yeah, I mean, the Chiefs specifically will be interesting for that, right? Just because of Mahomes' injury. Yeah. Like, I mean, he could be back week 1 for sure, but I don't know. Like, you wouldn't know that. Like, whenever they're making the schedule here in the next couple of weeks or next month, like, you're not going to know whether he's going to be back.
Agreed. I mean, even the Chiefs have kind of signaled that he's not going to be totally ready in training camp by trading for Justin Fields. Right? I mean, like, you could say, well, you know, they wanted a good backup. That's right. But Justin Fields, to me, is a representation that they're going to be able to get him in early to take a lot of reps during the summer, during, you know, training camp, to kind of get him ready to go in that offense in case Patrick Mahomes isn't totally ready. But you're right. How do you approach that? It's the same thing with, like, Brady when he was suspended, Brady when he's come off injury. Like, there's a lot of different kind of nuances and ways. I remember the year that Brady went to Tampa, and Tampa played at New England. Remember, Tampa played at New England, and Brady came back. Remember that year, right? Mm-hmm. And Mike Norris said to us something I always remember on the podcast, which is, look, that game's obviously super important, but you have to think about, like, because of Brady's age and stuff, do you want to make it later in the year? You're risking, what if something were to happen to him and he doesn't play the game? You got to put it in the sweet spot where it's going to be still – you don't want to necessarily go, you know, gangbusters week 1, he's coming back to New England, but you might want to keep that game a little earlier to make sure that everybody's still healthy and playing. And lo and behold, I think it was week 4 or 5 that he actually played in New England that year.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll get to this with Mike North, but I bet that's a real tough balance when you have a player of that magnitude with this injury timeline, because – on one hand, like, it kind of gets down to what their job is. For the best possible game, the most interesting game, like what a network would want, oh, yeah, you want Bills and Chiefs later in the year to further increase your chances. You're going to get Mahomes versus Allen, and you're going to get that big, big matchup. But, man, if I'm the Bills, or they play enough good teams. I mean, somebody is going to have to play the Chiefs early on that's supposed to be good. It's... Wait, you're saying this team over here, New England, they get to play Mahomes early, or I have to play Mahomes late, and they probably won't have to see him? Like, how come I have to play Mahomes? Because I'm good? Like, there's a competitive part of it, too.
It's a great point, and I'm telling you, like, one thing we've learned from Mike over the years, teams call. They get mad at their schedule. Like, he said, like, this is going to happen. It's the nature of the beast. Teams call every year and say, how did you put us on the road 3 out of 4 weeks in December when we're fighting for the playoffs? How did you give us, you know, a short week when we have to play this really physical team? Like, things like that happen. I guarantee you that is something that's going to happen this year, and someone's going to call the league office and go, wait a minute, why do we get that team later when we know Mahomes will be back and the other team got them earlier?
Right. By the way, you personally, like, what's your favorite idea for the home opener?
My favorite idea for the home opener is, I don't care if it's week 1 or week 2. I do kind of think maybe week 2 would fit better sometimes, because week 1 is more about the other things they're going to highlight, right? Which is Australia, which is the Seahawks, you know, but week 1 still fits. My favorite idea is a team that I think the Bills will have the most success against, and the 2 teams on their schedule at home I think that would fit would be the Jets and Dolphins. Yep. So, like, you could – if you go Jets, then you're basically opening Old Highmark, Rich Stadium, and closing with the Jets, and then doing it again with this one, which totally is understandable, you know, AFL team and rivalry. And then the Dolphins, of course, a big rival for so many years. And, you know, I just think that those games also give an opportunity for fans to get in there. And to me, the Bills should be pretty heavy favorites in those games. Like, I like that. And I know people are like, whoa, no, you need a really good game, like the Ravens coming or the Chiefs coming, and, oh my God, start off with, you know, 2 of these great teams. I get that. Or from a league standpoint, maybe they want that. My favorite idea personally, though, is give the Bills a team to get off to a nice start, have the fans really into it. Week 1, highlight the stadium, and everybody goes home happy.
Yeah, we're on the same wavelength. Jets is, I would love the Jets. But make the game about the stadium. I think if still would, if it's New England, it still will be, but it'll also be about the division and last year. Like, you just have all these other attachments to it that I don't think you really have if it's just, the Jets. So,
yes.
All right. I'm with you on it. Mike North today, excited for that. So, recording today, right? Or releasing?
We're recording today.
Recording, okay.
We're going to talk with Mike today. That's the plan. Hopefully everything goes well. Obviously, he you never know with timing and stuff. Something could happen and we could have to push it. But the plan is to talk to Mike today. Matt Bove and I, check it out. Make sure you're ready for it, folks. As soon as we talk to him today, you'll get it tonight. Like, we're not going to wait on this thing. We're going to put it out there, and everybody's going to be ready. So make sure you're subscribed to It's Always Game Day in Buffalo. Go to my YouTube page, @Sal Sports. That's the video portion. You'll see Mike and me and Matt all on video, but you can just listen as well on audio, iTunes, Spotify, wherever you pod.
Perfect. Thanks, Sal.
You got it, guys.
Sal Capaccio on the West Her Hotline. The schedule interview coming up a little bit later on tonight, as he mentioned, with Mike North. Did not get to the Colton Ellis development. Colton Ellis, deemed Colton Chaos by this show. I think this is official as it gets. It's now on his hockey reference page. They got the parentheses with the nicknames for all the athletes that have nicknames. We've really we've made it. Colton Chaos is on his hockey reference.
It's a big step. It's a really big step.
Do you think he wouldn't like that nickname because it implies that he a goalie doesn't want to be known as chaotic, right?
No, certainly not. I think it's endearing for us. I think it's endearing, but
right.
It's
meant to be like, really. Even this was part of the story. I forget who was it. Matt Fairburn. Someone in the media room was asking about this after the game. How, you seem to thrive when it's chaotic around you.
Yeah.
So it is meant to be kind of a compliment.
For sure. And it is in some ways a good thing because he is good in scrambles, because he's in them a lot. And so, but I would tell you right now, if when I was playing, somebody said, I would describe your game as chaotic, I would maybe want to punch that guy. So, sorry, right. Colton. But you're doing great. We love you. And it was better last game. So, maybe.
Oh, no, it was that stretch in the second period was the only time that it was chaotic.
Colton Cool maybe is up
Colton
next.
Colton Cool. Yeah, you're right. You graduate from Colton Chaos to Colton Cool.
Yeah, right. There's a moment where
he's on his way.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll get that next year. Maybe we'll graduate him from Colton Chaos to Colton Cool.
We're gonna get to a place where he becomes. He's got the angel on one shoulder, and that's Colton Cool. He's got the devil on the other shoulder, and that's Colton Chaos.
Are we going to get Chaos or Cool tonight?
Right. You might need a little of both sometimes.
For sure. Absolutely.
Luukkonen expected tonight against the Blackhawks. 803-0550 is the phone number. On the draft, you got a hot take on the draft? Something you don't want the Bills to do? Something you really want them to do? We just got into it with guard a little bit. I think that is not the worst idea in the world, but it is definitely the least sexy idea in the world. Guard. Fill up the phone lines. Guard takes. Let's hear them. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy off today, back tomorrow. Sabres in Chicago tonight. Stay tuned. 803-0550 is the phone number. Be looking for your phone calls here on WGR.
Chaos.
While we're here on receiver, I think you've kind of been consistent on this. I feel like most people that cover the Bills have that they still could draft a receiver in round one, despite the fact that they took DJ Moore. When you look at that position, would you expect they'll be tested at that position? Like, there will be somebody available there that will be exciting. I mean, I don't know. Part of that is you've got 5 guys, right? Like Carnell Tate, Makai Lemon, Jordan Tyson, Casey Concepcion, and Omar Cooper seem to, for most people, be kind of the top 5 that are round 1 type receivers. And I don't know, Sally, it doesn't feel like all 5 of those guys would be gone. I don't know which one would be available, but doesn't it kind of feel like if they did want a receiver, you know, there will probably be a guy there that would be worth the pick.
And that's going to be, the beauty is going to be in the eye of the beholder there, right? I mean, there will be somebody, there's always somebody, and you're going to have, you know, somebody who's going to say, oh my God, you know, there's, I don't know, Bernard from Alabama, Denzel Boston is there, right? He's worth it, where maybe you might find him, and some people valuing him in a 40, around the 40 range, and people in the, you know, Bills fans may go, well, no, 26, go get that guy. Jordan Tyson, he's got a lot of injuries, but man, he's a real good talent. So that's a good debate right there. Yes, there's going to be a player there, Joe, that many fans will say, oh my God, go get that guy. But, you know, every year that happens in any position. If you like the position and you want the Bills to draft the position, then you're going to find players that can kind of get you there. And you know, kind of, you're putting the cart before the horse a little bit to kind of get you to your confirmation bias. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And I think you could definitely do that. Who are the consensus, I think, is a really good question, this draft. This throws into the thing you just talked about. What kind of draft is this? Well, part of it is, what is the actual consensus of the top receivers in this draft and who they are, right? I mean, is Carnell Tate number 1? Sure, probably. I don't know. Makai Lemon could be number 1. People like Casey Concepcion a lot. I love Casey Concepcion for what he could bring to the Bills and the skill set that he brings and how he could fit in and all the things he could do. So, yes, there will be a conversation there. And I think that just really a lot of it comes down to, if you really want to find your way to a guy, you can find your way to a guy.
I don't want to play Ottawa. And I don't think any Sabre fan should want the Sabres to play the Senators. They are a dangerous team. Like, they are equally as dangerous, I think, to what Montreal is. Or it's pretty close. I mean, it is really possible that if that is going to be the matchup, that the Sabres would be underdogs in the first round of the playoffs. I'm not sure about that. It could be really close. One reason why you could think that that's the case is you go look at the betting odds, who, of course, are going to make the odds for these series whenever they're announced. And if you look at their Eastern Conference winner odds, it goes Tampa 1, it goes Carolina 2, as you would expect, and then Ottawa just narrowly is ahead of the Sabres in odds to win the conference. That is, maybe that's some of the side of the bracket they could fall on, but I think that is, I mean, they played Carolina in round 1. I think that is a show of real respect for what the Senators are. And a day ago, it, to me, was looking like, all right, look at the games these teams have down the stretch, not playing any. Like, Ottawa didn't play a team that was playing for anything. It was New Jersey last night, and that's Toronto. Is there a team more dead in the water right now than the Maple Leafs? Like, I can't trust them to win that game. And Boston can't win a hockey game. So it's, all right, I guess I'm playing Ottawa. And last night, that kind of got flipped around. Boston won in regulation, and somehow the Senators lost to a Devils team that's not playing for anything with a third-string goalie.
The Sabres are back in action after what feels like an eternity tonight in Chicago, taking on the Blackhawks. Puck drop set for 8:30, 7:30 pregame right here on WGR. The Detroit Red Wings were eliminated from playoff contention over the weekend, among some other teams, but they had the longest active drought in the NHL at 10 years now. Imagine that. The tradition, unlike any other, came down to an exciting finish last night as Rory McIlroy, who let a 6-stroke lead slip away over the weekend, finished it out on top to win his second straight Masters tournament. Around the NFL, Miami edge rusher Reuben Bain Jr. was involved in a fatal traffic collision in March of 2024, and one NFL team is, quote, concerned about multiple incidents. The Reed Optionals' Oliver Connolly broke the tragic news. Miami Herald's Omar Kelly reports that the Dolphins and running back Devon Achane are not close to agreeing to terms on a contract extension. And NFL Network's Ian Rappaport said there is a pretty decent chance that USC wide receiver Makai Lemon ends up being the third wide receiver drafted this year, and the Falcons exercise running back Bijan Robinson's fifth-year team option for 2027. In the NLL, The Bandits defeated the Rochester Nighthawks over the weekend, and in AAA baseball, the Bisons start their series with the Red Wings tomorrow. First pitch at 6:05. It's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
Scotty, that was a 65 today. What did it feel like it could have or should have been? That's just a terrible question. Next question. Awful.
What enabled you?
Scotty Scheffler. He's a fun guy. Scheffler.
That wasn't too fun for him.
That wasn't, but
no.
He was not pleased with that.
No. Awful and chuckles into the distance there.
I couldn't tell. It feels like that was halfway. Like, I know this reporter. I'm kind of like, I just shot a 65, but you just asked me if I could have done better, so I'm going to kind of go at you a little bit.
Yep.
But it was also a little bit of like, whoa, that was kind of mean. I don't know.
Right.
It was an interesting sort of blend of, I think there are guys that are combative with media, and there are guys that are sort of playful. And I couldn't tell which side of that fell on.
I took that as playful, but I don't know. He's typically neither.
No, yeah, he's typically like the driest sort of boring.
He's right in between. He's never really playful. He's not really ever combative.
The most interesting thing he ever says is, I don't really care if I win.
Right.
Or not that I don't care if I win. I don't care about all the stuff that comes with winning. I just care about winning itself, I think is his sort of stance on it.
Yeah.
And that's the most interesting stuff he ever says. But then you get a random, horrible question, next question, followed by a chuckle. Whatever. I thought it was fine.
I'm over here just stewing at. I don't want to care this much about the Jack Adams Award. I can't escape it.
It's stuck in your craw, huh?
I can't escape it. Greg Wyshynski just dropped.
Oh, no. Come on, Wish.
Awards watch. So he's polling the Professional Writers Association. Now, I think it's not actually said specifically in here, but I think what it's implied. This is that association, the Writers Association, votes on all the player awards, which is what the article is like mostly about. It's about MVP and the Vezina and about the Hart. Well, the Hart is the MVP. All the other, the Rookie of the Year, the Calder. The Adams Award is included in here, which is voted on by the broadcasters. He does make a note of that.
Yeah, very different group of voters.
It is not said in here anywhere that they polled the Broadcasters Association.
Right.
So I'm taking this as this is what the Writers Association would vote for, which doesn't end up ultimately have to matter because they're not voting.
Yeah, but how close is their mindset to the Broadcasters Association, blah, blah, blah.
And that is what's keeping me fearful about this award. I'm going to lose my mind at the whole John Cooper thing.
It is really frustrating.
Article, he wins it. He has one more first place vote than Lindy Ruff. From, again, voters that are not going to vote on it. So take it with a grain of salt. But he earned just over 33% of the first place ballots. And again, what is said about why Cooper should win it is always what drives me nuts. Two things should not matter to this. Should not qualify in a case for a coach. One, what happened at the Olympics.
Right.
Shouldn't matter, player or coach.
No.
Two, whether or not you've won it before. Shouldn't matter. It's not coach of the decade. It's not coach of the career. It's coach of the year. What you did 7 years ago, because you didn't win the Jack Adams in 2019, should actually not count as to whether you should win it this year. It shouldn't matter. But I can even acknowledge, yes, that will bleed into a voter's mindset.
Of course.
But why are you using that as the defense publicly?
Right.
Because that is what is said here.
Even if
why one voter voted for John Cooper. With the amount of injuries and change he's dealt with to the team and the position for the playoffs is remarkable. It is shocking he's never won the Jack Adams. Another voter. There are two right answers here, Cooper and Lindy Ruff. Tie goes to the goes to the runner because it's an atrocity that Cooper hasn't won this award yet. It's like when Leonardo DiCaprio got his Oscar for The Revenant. Not his actual best performance, but you simply could not deny the man any longer. This is the most faulty logic possible. And it should be, well, I was going to say, it should be disqualifying from this person voting. This person's not voting.
Vote. Right. I just don't get it because I know that Tampa has struggled with injuries this year. Yes. Not as much as the Sabres, A. So take that out of your argument right now, everybody. All of you writers out there who want to talk about the injuries, stop, because Lindy has dealt with more injuries. He lost coming to the season, he lost his first line center. He was without his number one D who was in Sweden taking care of his fiance for a stretch. He has lost, there have been injuries up and down. His highest paid forward has played like half the games. The injury point should be completely taken out because Lindy has dealt with more of that. And then the next thing you get to with all of these people is well, Cooper should get one. Yeah, okay, so should Lindy. The guy's been around for forever. I know he's got one, but I just don't. It really boggles my mind, and it shows how powerful narratives are. It shows how powerful it is when one guy says something like the injuries or like Cooper deserves one, and how that can take over a debate or a storyline or an entire ethos of something. This is all momentum. It's just everybody's like, oh, Cooper doesn't have one. I guess that's right. We should all do Cooper. Stop. Take a second. Look at what's happening here. Look at the numbers. Mm-hmm. Look at the standings and go, who deserves it this year? It's Lindy Ruff, guys. It is not John Cooper.
And Cooper's not even in, I don't even think deserves to be a finalist. If you look at the season that he is really having here, again, 9th in man games lost, not number one. And they are right now on track to not win the division. And a huge reason for that is something that was actually laid out in the broadcast of Lightning and Bruins on Saturday, which was that Cooper and the Lightning made a point this year to be tougher to play against, meaner, more physical. Mm-hmm. How have they been losing these games to the Sabres and the Canadiens?
Penalties.
Total undisciplinary hockey, taking a ton of penalties. This happened to them against Boston. It was a 0-0 game in the second period. And the Bruins took a penalty that was fine. It wasn't bad. It wasn't dirty. They took a penalty. And some idiot from the Lightning drops his gloves and goes after this guy from behind. Yeah. And now it's 4-on-4. In a game that not a lot was happening, power plays are critical. And because you can't keep a handle on your own players, this guy lost his mind and he took a penalty and now you're not on the power play anymore. And how many times did that happen against the Sabres and the Canadiens? Oh. They lose to Montreal. I know Montreal doesn't score on the power play, but they took 7 penalties in that game. That's 14 minutes that you can't attack.
Right.
And they lose that game because they couldn't control themselves, in part. They give up a bunch of power play goals to the Sabres when they lose 8-7. Couldn't control themselves. Hagel's going after Dahlin from behind. Guys are jumping Tage from behind at the beginning of the game. There's mean and there's tough to play against, and then it's just you don't have a handle on your guys.
Right.
And you're going to win Coach of the Year?
Yeah. It really makes no sense to me. If you're going to argue for anybody else, to me, you're arguing for Dan Muse in Pittsburgh because that team was a disaster and came into the year and they just put out a video over the weekend or maybe late last week of everybody talking about that. They were supposed to win the lottery this year and it wasn't even supposed to be a question. And they're great. So all right, you want to argue with me about this guy taking a team that basically is 3 Hall of Famers and a bunch of pieces and making them legit, then fine. I can have a debate with you about that I feel like is a debate. This Cooper thing is like,
I can't take it.
You're just spewing nonsense at me. None of this matters. You're wrong about the injuries thing, and he's like, what are you doing? None of it makes sense.
It's like, I don't want to care about it.
No.
I think if it were Muse, I think I might be into it too. But it wouldn't be driving me nuts like the Cooper thing is. Because Muse, it would be based on, I feel like, the merit of the year.
Right.
The merit of you came into a team that top heavy. They got stars at the top at the end of their careers.
Yep.
But a lot of these no-name young guys come into the system and, like, you've made it work. Like, okay, team that was not expected to be all that good makes it. They're the second seed. Okay. I could look at the merit of the season there and say, you exceeded expectations. Your team is not filled with, I know they still have Crosby, but not Hart Trophy finalists. Over here, I've got a coach who's got the MVP frontrunner in this same article. Kucherov is the favorite now for the Hart, and they do vote on that. Yeah. So that's a good tell. Maybe Kucherov wins the Hart Trophy. You've got a Vezina finalist. You're 9th in injuries this year, but I'm giving you the award because we feel bad that you don't have one yet. It's a pity award?
I know.
What are we doing?
And
what are we doing?
This is a little bit of the MVP for our Josh, right? Was a little bit of this like, oh, well, he deserves one. We got to give him one. And like that, I get it. It's annoying. But, man, you cannot. I don't know how any of these people are legitimately, truthfully thinking about this and considering it while removing the momentum of the Cooper vote landing on Cooper.
When are the NHL awards? Need to look. Are we going to even care?
The final? It's right before the final.
June 12th. Last year they were June 12th. So yeah, that's Game 4 before Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final. All right. The good news is we're not going to care because Sabres are going to be matched up against the Avalanche.
Right.
That's good news. We're not going to know until June, and by then, we'll be good.
Yeah. Lindy will be fine.
All right, if you're on hold, stay there. I promise we'll get to you.
We're gonna build our own Jack Adams award and just give it to Lindy ourselves.
If
he doesn't win it.
Talking about like uncontrollable. That's my uncontrollable thing right now.
Yeah.
Is you present some Cooper Jack Adams thing in front of me, and I'm not going to be able to contain myself.
Turns rabid.
Luckily, the broadcasters vote, and we had the Devils play-by-play man yesterday say that Lindy's number one in his ballot. And I don't know how that goes. Is it like the total points first, second, third?
I'm not sure how that vote
like DeMar Hamlin actually had the most first-place votes for comeback player of the year, but he didn't win because he didn't have a lot of seconds and thirds. So if I got the Devils guy saying Cooper's not even on his ballot, that's even better than Lindy's number one. Right. But I don't know how they do that. Oh, look. We'll figure it out. If you're on hold, stay there. We'll get to you. Paul in the 9 o'clock hour as well. Sabres in Chicago tonight. They can clinch the division. Win over Chicago. Tampa loses in regulation, and the Sabres clinch the Atlantic tonight. 803-0550 is the phone number here on WGR. I don't want to play Ottawa. And I don't think any Sabre fan should want the Sabres to play the Senators. They are a dangerous team. Like, they are equally as dangerous, I think, to what Montreal is. Or it's pretty close. I mean, it is really possible that if that is going to be the matchup, that the Sabres would be underdogs in the first round of the playoffs. I'm not sure about that. It could be really close. One reason why you could think that that's the case is you go look at the betting odds, who, of course, are going to make the odds for these series whenever they're announced. And if you look at their Eastern Conference winner odds, it goes Tampa 1, it goes Carolina 2, as you would expect, and then Ottawa just narrowly is ahead of the Sabres in odds to win the conference. That is, maybe that's some of the side of the bracket they could fall on, but I think that is, they played Carolina in round 1. I think that is a show of real respect for what the Senators are. And a day ago, to me, was looking like, all right, look at the games these teams have down the stretch, not playing any. Like, Ottawa didn't play a team that was playing for anything. It was New Jersey last night, and that's Toronto. Is there a team more dead in the water right now than the Maple Leafs? Like, I can't trust them to win that game. And Boston can't win a hockey game. So it's, all right, I guess I'm playing Ottawa. And last night, that kind of got flipped around. Boston won in regulation, and somehow the Senators lost to a Devils team that's not playing for anything. With a third-string goalie, by the way. The New Jersey had a third-string goalie in. So, all right. I think that's a real difference. Playing Boston right now is the real prize. I think winning the division will be really fun, and getting a banner will be really fun, and like, haha, John Cooper and the Lightning. Like that'll be fun if the Sabres win the division. But to me, the biggest prize that is left out there in the final days of the season is getting the Bruins to be your first round opponent. The Sabres are in first place, and there are a couple of different scenarios by which they can clinch the division tonight. Yeah. So, 2 more points. It kind of comes down to their magic number against both teams. Their magic number against Montreal is 2, because they only have 1 game left. The Canadiens have 1 game left. They max out at 108 points, and they cannot win the tiebreaker over the Sabres. So it's 2 points. You get 2 points, you will be above Montreal against Chicago tonight or against Dallas on Wednesday. Just get 2 total points, doesn't matter how, you finish above Montreal. The magic number against Tampa is 4. They are 2 points back of the Sabres. Each have 2 games to play. And the tiebreaker right now, it's Buffalo by 1, regulation wins, but Tampa wins 2 in regulation. Sabres only win 1. They will have the tiebreaker because the next one goes to Tampa. So that one could be a little bit tight here. But basically, you can clinch tonight if you win against the Blackhawks and Tampa loses in regulation. Get to calls when we come back here. Paul in the 9 o'clock hour as well. Settling down from the Jack Adams Award nonsense. Colin Morikawa yesterday deserves as many shout-outs as possible. Your back ever hurt going into a golf round? It's like, I don't know if I could play today. This guy could not even bend down to pick his ball up at the end of the round. He shot 9 under. Super impressive. Paul, when we come back, your calls, Sabres can clinch tonight. There's another way they can clinch that we'll get to that Owen just told me about in the break. That as well coming up on WGR. So the leaderboard yesterday, Brian, in the up and down swings we had, but what about just the weekend in general? The fact that Rory really just had to play, I mean, he did, right? Literally, even golf on Friday and Saturday because he had done so much of his work on Thursday and Friday. But isn't it typical Rory fashion? He's going to make you sweat it if you're rooting for him.
Yep, he's a player that goes up and down again and again and again. Yeah, the mood swings of watching McIlroy, if you're a fan of him, can be jolting for sure. But you're right. He went into the weekend at 12 under, and his nearest competitor was at -6. Mm-hmm. And obviously, quite a few players made a run at him. I mean, there were moments yesterday where, Rose was winning. Henley was coming at him. Cam Young was coming at him. Hatton made an early run. Henley, and then Scheffler made a big run of his own. Man, if Scotty Scheffler could have played the par fives better at Augusta over this week, he might be the champion as of this moment. But you're right, Rory, 1 over on Saturday, 1 under on Sunday. It's good enough. So, in some sense, you sit there and say, well, geez, Rory didn't have his best over the weekend, but you're right. He built up enough goodwill on the scoreboard over those first 2 days that he didn't have to play perfect like the rest of these guys did. Like Scheffler had to play perfect in order to win. He almost did. It was the first player. That stat's incredible. The first player not to make a bogey on the weekend at the Masters since 1942. So, Scheffler literally was almost perfect in the sense that if he had just birdied a couple more of those par fives, maybe he would have won. But, yeah, for Rory, he was able to just hold on, and despite still, again, having some limitations with his driver early, and then late, he didn't putt as well as he did on the first 2 days.
The Sabres back in action after what feels like an eternity tonight in Chicago, taking on the Blackhawks. Puck drop set for 8:30. The Detroit Red Wings were eliminated from playoff contention over the weekend among some other teams, but they now have the longest active drought in the NHL at 10 years. Imagine that. The tradition, unlike any other, came down to an exciting finish last night as Rory McIlroy, who let a 6-stroke lead slip away over the weekend, finished it out on top with his second straight Masters title. And around the NFL, Miami edge rusher Ruben Bain Jr. was involved in a fatal traffic collision in March of 2024. And one NFL team is, quote, concerned about multiple incidents. The Reed Optionals' Oliver Connolly broke the tragic news. This is still a developing story. Miami Herald's Omar Kelly reports that the Dolphins and running back Devon Achane are not close to agreeing on terms on a contract extension. The Falcons exercised running back Bijan Robinson's fifth-year option for 2027. And in the NLL, the Bandits, they defeated the Rochester Nighthawks over the weekend. In AAA baseball, the Bisons begin their series with the Red Wings starting tomorrow. First pitch is set for 6:05. Every mile tells a story. Help us celebrate those who make the Ride for Roswell a success. Whether you ride, volunteer, or donate, you're making a difference. Share your story of why you take part in the Ride for Roswell and tag hashtag RFR2026 for a chance to be featured. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
Good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Rainy day, warm. The Masters are all wrapped up. Rory McIlroy again. And the Sabres can clinch the division tonight. We'll go through those scenarios in a moment. Paul joining in a moment as well. Ron in Buffalo's been waiting patiently. I'll get Ron to get you in quick here. How's it going?
Hi, guys. Oh, and I had a question for you about faceoffs. How do they get determined sometimes? There was a scrum in front of the Sabres net. Chaos ensued. The puck gets frozen. Rob Ray, I think if I heard him right, said that because the defenseman jumped into the fray from the opponent, I think I got that right, that the faceoff ended up taking place outside of the Sabres zone instead of inside of it. Just wondering if you could walk me through how faceoffs work.
Basically, Ron, the defenseman came into the skirmish. If you go below the faceoff circle to kind of get involved, then the faceoff's going to go out of the zone.
Yeah.
Which is why a lot of times those defensemen will stay back there, and it'll be 3-on-5, but you don't want the face-off gone.
Right. Yeah, it's often a decision that guys make. You'll even see the coach will say, like, don't go, or coach might wave you in, like, you got to go help them out. So
that one,
happens.
if I remember, that was on Friday or Thursday.
Thursday, I believe.
That it wasn't even that
bad.
Like, yeah. I remember thinking that defenseman should not have gone in there.
No.
Because it was a power play also?
I think it was.
And he cost himself an offensive zone face-off.
Draw. Yeah, that's a big swing.
Yeah. Good question, though, Rod. I'm not sure how many fans know that. Yeah, if the defensemen go in to get involved, then the face-off comes out.
Yep.
Do you know how that works if the defensemen are already down there?
I believe if
there's four guys around the crease when the whistle's blown.
Right, at the time of the whistle, if the guy is already below the top of the circle,
then it's fine.
Then he's in the play, engaged in the play. You can't fault him for being in there. But if they're up on the blue line, I think it's the top of the circle is sort of the line.
Okay.
And once that whistle blows, ref will look, or the linesman, I believe, looks. All right, both defensemen are up. If they go down, then it's out.
Gotcha. That makes sense. That seems fair. If you're already down there, you get to stay down there. Paul Hamilton now on the West Her Hotline. Just going mechanical hockey questions. We're good with that. Paul, how's it going? Oh, that sound right to you?
Yeah, and sometimes if the forward had gone back to cover for the D, then he becomes the D, and the same rules would apply.
That's a good point too. I didn't thought of that. So tonight against Chicago, 8:30. And we were running through some of the scenarios, Paul, so they can clinch being above Montreal just with a win tonight. And I guess there's two ways they can really clinch the division with a win over Tampa. Tampa can even win, but I guess if they go to overtime, then they can't catch the Sabres on tiebreakers, so that's another way they could clinch. So there's a couple of different ways that this could shake out tonight.
Yeah, number one, the Sabres have to win in regulation. Then any result by Tampa other than a regulation win would result in the Sabres winning the Atlantic Division. Now, an overtime shootout win and a Tampa loss in any fashion would also clinch the division for the Buffalo Sabres.
There would be some value in that. Wednesday not having to go all out, I don't know what that would mean. I mean, we could see if we get there, but if they've got everything wrapped up with a game to go, I mean, you could make different decisions goaltender-wise. Maybe there's a guy that's got bumps and bruises that you might err on the side of caution on. Like, I'm sure they would want to, for more reasons than just that, have it wrapped up by tonight.
Yeah, I wouldn't even dress Luukkonen. I'd have Ellis in goal, and I'd call Levi up to back him up. I wouldn't even mess with putting him in a uniform. So when they have enough guys, you could rest Dahlin if you wanted to. You can rest Thompson. You can rest Byram, the guys who eat up a lot of minutes on defense. So, yeah, there are a lot of ways you can go. Obviously, I just mentioned the ways I would go. But Luukkonen would not even see the ice. As I said, I'd call up Levi to back up Ellis.
Paul Hamilton with us on the Western Hotline. Sabres and Blackhawks tonight. For tonight's game, Paul, Luukkonen for sure. I don't think anybody would have a question about that. It's been a week, right, since he's played, roughly. So he's got the rest. Otherwise, do you feel like the Sabres are starting to settle in on their defense core? That Metza and Stanley are maybe starting to take a significant lead here, would you call it, for starting the playoffs as the third pair?
Yeah, this would be their second game in a row together, dressing after Kesselring and Timmins dressed to get a game in. So, yeah, definitely. I think if it's starting to look like that would be it. Unless Buffalo, were to play Tampa, you might see Shen from time to time, depending on how that series got rolling. But other than that, I think, yes, what you're seeing is what you get. And the only difference up front is when Ostlund would get healthy, and if Carrick were to get healthy at some point, you would see some differences, I think, in the forwards. But, that's still, we don't know with Ostlund. I mean, Ostlund is pain management, and when he shows up and says, I feel good, then he'll play. So nobody knows when that is going to be.
Do you feel like it was a good sign, though, that Lindy didn't rule him out for the start of the playoffs like he had done with Carrick?
He doesn't know. I mean, he said all along, he doesn't know. He goes, Austin can walk in tomorrow and be fine. He said that's the type of injury it is. So, no, I don't think it's significant at all because he doesn't know what is going to be. It's when it happens, and they'll know the day he walks in and it happens.
Paul Hamilton with us on the Western Hotline. The Sabres playing Chicago tonight. One thing we had looked at, Paul, earlier that is a mark of a good team, I think, is the Sabres don't really lose to teams like this at the very bottom of the standings. They almost did against the Rangers the other night, but you got to go back a really far way in the schedule to find them losing to a team that is, like Chicago is, like really low down the standings.
They were doing it before this streak started in early December. Remember, the Blues came in. They might have been second last in the NHL and shut them out. So it was happening then. But, since then, the losses are few and far between anyway.
Right.
No matter who they are against. So, but, yeah, it's, they tend to, hey, let's go take care of business. And, I mean, they got a gift to get this kind of a break at the end of the schedule, to get themselves rested and healthy and ready to play, the final two games and then the playoffs. This almost never happens. To be off Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, really? I mean, that just right at the end of the season. So they got a gift there. It gave them an opportunity to do some practice work, especially on the power play, switch up the power play a little bit. And to me, that was a gift.
What were the changes on the power play? The units looked not just jumbled maybe for personnel, but maybe like where guys were lining up?
Just Tuck and Norris switched.
Okay.
So I was on my way to Chicago, so I actually didn't witness it yesterday. They just flipped those two and see if maybe that can get things rolling a little bit. When it worked right before this little drought started for them, Thompson was acting like a rover, and the teams were losing him And he was scoring like right in front of the net. He was scoring, bringing the puck out from the corner. I think he did get a goal from his office, the one-timer in the circle.
Mm-hmm.
But he just seemed to be all over the zone, and other teams were having problems locating him.
Right. Norris on the power play, that's maybe been a little disappointing this year because he was so good at it in Ottawa. Like his big year he had there with 35 goals. There was a lot of power play production. And he's been great 5-on-5. I mean, he's on a 4-game point streak. They're all even strength. Maybe that's the shot not really working for him, Paul, but I guess I was hoping for a bigger power play, influence from him on the entirety of the season. Maybe he still goes back to that number 1 unit, but how have you felt about him on the man advantage?
Well, he has to take the shot for the shot to work for him. And for whatever reason, he was squirrely taking the shot. He'd pass it up and was looking to pass the puck. So that's part of the problem. I mean, the reason he would score power play goals when he played for Ottawa in that circle is he'd rip it. He'd get the one-timer just like Thompson and let it go. And then when you acquire him, it's like, well, this is going to be good. You got Thompson in one circle, and they got to respect Norris in the other. And, it's got to like pick your poison. But for I don't know what's happened where, maybe he's just lost confidence in his shot because it's not going in. But, he's just not shooting the puck for whatever reason.
Yeah, he had 16 goals that year I was referencing in Ottawa. On the power play, he has 2 this year for the Sabres. He got some assists, but only 2 goals in total. Paul Hamilton with us on the West Her hotline as the Sabres round out the final of the season here. The rest of the league, Paul, over the weekend, feel like it went pretty well. But getting the Montreal loss, I don't know how you feel about who they would play in round 1, Ottawa, Boston, but we're starting to narrow it down here on who they'll actually get matched up against.
Yeah, I'm to the point that it doesn't really matter. I mean, I think they can lose to anybody that they could play, and I think they could beat anybody they can play. So I really don't look at it that one's better than the other. I can look at advantages over all 4 teams. I can look at disadvantages over all 4 teams. So, yeah, I just you get where you're going to get, and you're going to likely do it at home. Figure it out from there.
Is part of that to you that they've kind of proven that they can also win any type of game? One thing that we were looking at earlier is how different teams like Ottawa and Montreal play. Montreal is just, they can go up and down the ice, high octane. Ottawa likes to drag you into the mud and play a slower game like that. But the Sabres have kind of proven that they can win all types of games. Is that part of why you don't really feel like it maybe matters, like the matchup that they would get?
Yeah, like they had trouble with Boston, but that was in October. They played 2 games in Boston. So, I'm not really looking at that. I don't really worry about Ottawa's goaltending, but yeah, they can slow it down on you.
The Sabres had a win streak against Ottawa, I think, before they just lost to them recently.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I know Allmark played really well against them the last game, but on the whole, Otto's goaltending wouldn't be a worry, I don't think.
Yep.
Vasilevsky, they seem to have pretty good luck with in these 4 games recently. He's a great goaltender. We know that. But for whatever reason, now they didn't face him in one of the 4. But they've had pretty good luck against him. I suppose if he really pressed me, of the 4, Montreal might worry me the most.
Okay. They're fast. They're offensive.
They're fast. They can, their goaltending can be good. They got some folks that can put the puck in the net. Caulfield is red hot. Again, that seems to be a team at times that is, the Sabres have had trouble figuring out. So not every time, but at times. So, if you really press me, I suppose I would say avoid the Canadians, but I'm just to the point, they've shown us they can beat anybody on any day when they play up to their standards.
All right, I pressed them enough. I got a Montreal answer. I'm going to take that as a win. I like it. Last thing for you, Paul, before we let you go. There was a clip going around social media. It was Elliot Friedman and Chris Pronger debating with Kevin Bieksa about the Norris. And Friedman and Pronger both said that right now they'd have Rasmus Dahlin number 1 on their ballots. I don't know if either one of those two have a vote. I'm not sure. But either way, I've not thought about Dahlin for the Norris really at all leading up to this point. I mean, when he was nominated for the Masterton, I thought for sure. But what about for you? Like, do you feel like Dahlin should have a real case for winning the Norris Trophy this season?
Well, I have thought about it because I've been asked about it quite often. So other folks have thought that too. That is quite an endorsement coming from a former defenseman like Pronger,
Yeah.
And he brought up something that I know, but it just never would have thought to maybe put into the equation is how ornery a defenseman Dahlin is. He's under the skin of the other team, constantly. And, that matters too. But the way he's played since I will continue to go back to that Detroit game as the turning point in this season, and that he was a big part of that. That's when he returned from Sweden and had that week with his fiance, and he had a smile from ear to ear. We got a chance to talk to him before the game, and you could see it in him. You could see it in his teammates. I mean, everything just lifted. And they came back from a 4-1 deficit, won their first game of the year on the road. That was their first road win. And they came back from a 4-1 deficit. And I know they had a couple of losses after that before the streak started. But I just feel that's kind of when it happened. And just to see him, and I can't remember him being as giddy as he was that day. Just, everything went well in Sweden for him. He got the opportunity, and it just seemed like the switch flipped for him, and he could think about hockey because things were going well. And from that point forward, he has been. I mean, he's almost at 20 goals. The point about Bieksa saying that, why do we always looking at the offensive stats? Thank you. I hate that.
Mm-hmm.
And when he said Carlson got 100 and I still wouldn't have made him the Norris, thank you. I mean, because he wasn't the best defenseman. He was the best scoring defenseman. But where Bieksa made a mistake, he's talking about penalty kill. Dahlin penalty kills.
Right.
I mean, so he is part of the penalty kill. If you wanted to pick one thing of Dahlin's game, he's the quarterback of the power play. Sometimes that doesn't go well, but other than that, I mean, you're getting really picky there if that's where we're going. And, so, he has, and how valuable he is to this team. Look at their record when he doesn't play. I mean, so his value to his team, the way he plays, how much the other team has to worry about him. And he's just not all offense. He's out there in the last minute of a game, and so, he is an overall defenseman like Makar, who they brought up. But, I was glad he brought that up because I hate the fact that the Norris often goes to the best offensive defenseman.
Yeah, you like the point, just this isn't the guy to pick on about that point. It's not. Yeah,
exactly. Carlson's the guy to pick on for that point, not Rasmus Dahlin.
Or there was a year Burns won it too, I think, where it was just he had stacked up points and he actually hadn't done much. I mean,
Lidstrom is the poster boy for the Norris Trophy. He could do everything, and he kept winning it year after year. That he was the best defenseman. There was no problem in the voting there, and I would say. That's the guy you hold up and say, there is a Norris Trophy winner.
He won it at 40, I think. I'm pretty sure about that.
He might have. I don't remember.
Let me pull that up.
I can't remember what I did yesterday on yesterday's flight. And you're asking to remember the age of somebody when they won the Norris.
Okay, here we go. I thought I had seen this, so that's why. He was the Norris Trophy winner the last time the Sabres made the playoffs. Maybe that's why I saw this. And he was 40 when he did it. So he was still a very good player. I mean, he won it, 7 times. So
but that is a richly deserved. I mean, when Paul Coffey used to win, it's like, whatever. Yeah, he's a great offensive player with a offensive juggernaut. It's like,
Who started that all, Paul? Was it Bobby Orr? Who started the
Bobby
offensive
Orr was a good defenseman.
All right,
Bobby
so it wasn't
Orr
him.
was an excellent defenseman, and he was tough. I saw clips of Bobby Orr fighting Jim Schoenfeld. So he, from what everybody's told me, he was an excellent defenseman. Also, so that, but Coffey was more of, again, points.
All right.
and that type of thing. And Carlson, when he wins it, is more points. Carlson might be the worst defenseman I've ever seen win the Norris as far as being a defensive defenseman. He is pitifully awful. And I mean, when he wins it, I bang my head against the wall.
I can't wait for the day Carlson makes the Hall of Fame. I'm going to get Paul on, ready to go. It's going to be great. Last thing I got to press you on, Paul. Our eye on the blue and gold for tonight's game, brought to you by Great Lakes Building Systems. We keep an eye on your business so you don't have to. Great Lakes Building Systems. Our business is protecting your business. Who do you got your eye on for tonight?
Well, I think what is the change? What are the changes in the power play going to do? With Tuck on the first unit, does that matter? Is that going to get them rolling a little bit? They still aren't the worst power play in the NHL, as bad as they've been in the last 5 or 6 games. They still have fallen from 16th to 18th. 16th is right in the middle of the pack. You want to be better, yes. Where's Colorado? Anybody want?
They're low,
raise
right?
Their hand? Yeah. Anybody want to raise their hand? In Colorado is the President's Trophy winner.
Mm-hmm.
So. It's not that it's been awful all year long. The problem with the Sabres, and you remember, Joe, when I used to hassle Jeremy about this. Well, Jeremy, they have a power play goal in 9 out of 10 games.
Yep.
But the point, and it's a valid point, is they'd go 1 for 4 on the power play, and the other 3 looked like they've never been in the power play before. They couldn't get into the zone. It was just awful power plays, but they scored the 1. So you'd be left with, they were 1 for 4, but boy, those 3 were ugly, type of a thing. And so that it was really weird power play when that streak was happening.
It's been a weird year for them on the man advantage, just in totality. Paul Hamilton with us. Thanks, Paul, and we'll talk tomorrow.
Take care, guys.
Sabres and Blackhawks tonight at 8:30. Paul's appearance here on WGR is brought to you by Ray-Lax Honda. And 7:30 tonight pregame, of course, we'll have the game right here on WGR. I don't believe tonight is a TNT game. I believe that is Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday, the Dallas game got moved to TNT, not tonight. So, Paul's appearance by Ray-Lax Honda. Ray-Lax, we got this. Yeah, Colorado is 25th in the NHL this year on the power play, which is crazy. The one thing I will say about that, though, is the second the playoffs begin, those rankings, you got to throw out all the teams that aren't alive anymore. You're 18th right now relative to your peers.
Right.
In a week, actually less than that, a week we'll already be into the series.
Yeah.
In 4 days, you're no longer 18th. You're last amongst your conference. You're last amongst the teams that you're now competing with. Not by much. Tampa is barely above them. But then Boston, Montreal, Ottawa, Carolina, these teams are all up there.
Yeah.
So 18th is not bad. It isn't. And it is better than Colorado. Colorado having that season on the power play, despite
mind-blowing.
It makes no sense. Makar, McKinnon.
Natchez.
How? That's maybe the only area they really miss Mikko Rantanen.
Right, because he was a beast for them on the power play.
But in 4 days, it's no more you're 18th in the league. It's, you have the worst one in the conference amongst the remaining teams.
Right, but then you score 1 and you're at the top of the playoff leaderboard.
That's a good point.
Everything resets and you go, but we were horrible in the regular season, but you score 4 in a series and you're golden.
You made a point last week, too, that they could be saving some stuff.
Yeah.
Which maybe is what they were working on.
That's right.
So the Sabres website detailed where everybody was lined up. It wasn't just Tuck went to the top unit. Jack Quinn was at the top of the point, and Dahlin was on the wall where Norris plays.
Yeah, which is super interesting to me. They had Dahlin on the goal line for a little bit at one point, and we talked about that and how much I liked him being able to face the play and all that. Now I'm thinking about that setup in my mind, and I would have to draw it up to be 100% sure about this, but that means a whole bunch of one-timers. That's Dahlin one-timer, Quinn one-timer from the quarterback spot, and then you go down low and you're looking for Tage one-timer on the opposite low spot, and it's like shooting gallery time. And they might run it off of Dahlin's side and kind of try and play with the quarterback almost on a flank rather than on the top in the middle. And that could be interesting in terms of shifting the ice, present some problems killing-wise. I'm interested to see what that is. It's exactly the kind of thing I was describing last week when I said, like, they might have something up their sleeve that they're going to take a look at here. And, like, boom, here it is. Or move Dahlin over to the flank. Quinn's going to take some one-timers from the top. Could be really interesting.
Yeah. The only thing that does scare me, of course, is getting a counter rush when you're on the power play and Jack Quinn is the man there.
Correct.
That spooks me. But ideally, if your power play is good enough, you shouldn't have to worry about that.
Yeah.
So, and they're testing it. I mean, Lindy even said, we're going to take a look at this for a game or two because we have that luxury.
Right.
So
it does not mean that game one, this is going to be their look. If it goes well and Dahlin's comfortable over there and they get a couple of bombs from Quinn, you could definitely see it. But
won't it be interesting if they went all year long? I mean, really, since training camp. With the same power play unit, with everybody playing in the same spot, other than Quinn got thrown on there near the end of the year. There was a little bit of Doan in there. Yeah. But for the most part, like Norris has been on that unit, and Dahlin's been at the top. And with 2 games left, if it goes well, that's how you're going to open up the playoffs. I mean, I'm not against it at all. If it's looking good and you think that's an improvement, by all means, go for it.
Yeah.
But it's just incredible that game 80, it's like, all right, the power play unit could shift dramatically from what it's been all year.
It would definitely be interesting to watch. And, I mean, they need it.
The other thing to figure out is who's going to enter the zone with it. Because typically that's been Norris on number 1 unit, McLeod on the 2nd unit.
Yeah.
Thompson has also done it. I would imagine it just goes back to him.
I would think it'll probably, be Thompson.
It could be Tuck.
Sure. Yeah, it could be.
It'd probably be one of those two, though.
One of those 2 guys coming in. Big, strong, long.
Speed.
Yep.
We'll see. Tonight, 8:30 against Chicago. The clinching scenarios, Sabres win against Chicago in any fashion, and they'll clinch home ice. To win the Atlantic, they win in any fashion, and the Lightning lose in overtime or in regulation. Doesn't matter. Sabres win, Lightning lose. Whenever it happens, Atlantic is clinched. If the Sabres win in regulation and the Lightning win, but in overtime,
still a clinch.
The Sabres clinch.
Yep.
If the Sabres win this in regulation, the second Tampa goes to overtime, it's over.
Right.
And we'll know it. So that's a decent chance tonight. The Tampa part is going to be tougher than the Sabres win part. 803-0550 is the phone number. If you're on hold, we'll get to you coming back. The Masters yesterday were a lot of fun. Got a little more to say about that. Rory winning his 2nd Masters. And where he now ranks historically is interesting, both for Europeans and for all golfers in total. 803-0550 is the phone number here on WGR. So the leaderboard yesterday, Brian, in the up and down swings we had, but what about just the weekend in general? The fact that Rory really just had to play Sneaky Joe DiBiase. Right? So even last week I was telling you how I had thrown a couple of pounds back on so much of his work on Thursday and Friday. But isn't it typical Rory fashion? He's gonna make you sweat it if you're rooting for him.
Yep, he's a player that goes up and down again and again and again. Yeah, the mood swings of watching McIlroy, if you're a fan of him, can be jolting for sure. But you're right. He went into the weekend at 12 under, and his nearest competitor was at -6. Mm-hmm. And obviously, quite a few players made a run at him. I mean, there were moments yesterday where, Rose was winning. Henley was coming at him. Cam Young was coming at him. Hatton made an early run. Henley, and then Scheffler made a big run of his own. Man, if Scotty Scheffler could have played the par fives better at Augusta over this week, he might be the champion as of this moment. But you're right, Rory, 1 over on Saturday, 1 under on Sunday. It's good enough. So, in some sense, you sit there and say, well, geez, Rory didn't have his best over the weekend, but you're right. He built up enough goodwill on the scoreboard over those first 2 days that he didn't have to play perfect like the rest of these guys did. Like Scheffler had to play perfect in order to win. He almost did. It was the first player. That stat's incredible. The first player not to make a bogey on the weekend at the Masters since 1942. So, Scheffler literally was almost perfect in the sense that if he had just birdied a couple more of those par fives, maybe he would have won. But, yeah, for Rory, he was able to just hold on, and despite still, again, having some limitations with his driver early, and then late, he didn't putt as well as he did on the first 2 days.
While we're here on receiver, I think you've kind of been consistent on this. I feel like most people that cover the Bills have that they still could draft a receiver in round 1, despite the fact that they took DJ Moore. When you look at that position, would you expect they'll be tested at that position? Like there will be somebody available there that will be exciting. I don't know. Part of that is you've got 5 guys, right? Like Carnell Tate, Makai Lemon, Jordan Tyson, Casey Concepcion, and Omar Cooper seem to, for most people, be kind of the top 5 that are round 1 type receivers. And I don't know, Sal, it doesn't feel like all 5 of those guys would be gone. I don't know which one would be available, but doesn't it kind of feel like if they did want a receiver, there will probably be a guy there that would be worth the pick.
And that's going to be the beauty is going to be in the eye of the beholder there, right? There will be somebody. There's always somebody. And you're going to have, somebody who's going to say, oh, my God, there's, Bernard from Alabama. Denzel Boston is there, right? He's worth it, where maybe you might find him and some people valuing him in a 40, around the 40 range. And people in the, Bills fans may go, well, no, 26, go get that guy. Jordan Tyson, he's got a lot of injuries. But, man, he's a real good talent, so that's a good debate right there. Yes, there's going to be a player there, Joe, that many fans will say, oh, my God, go get that guy. But, every year that happens in any position. If you like the position and you want the Bills to draft the position, then you're going to find players that can kind of get you there. And you're putting the cart before the horse a little bit to kind of get you to your confirmation bias. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And I think you could definitely do that. Who are the consensus, I think, is a really good question, this draft. This throws into the thing you just talked about. What kind of draft is this? Well, part of it is, what is the actual consensus of the top receivers in this draft and who they are, right? Is Carnell Tate number 1? Sure, probably. I don't know. Makai Lemon could be number 1. People like Casey Concepcion a lot. I love Casey Concepcion for what he could bring to the Bills and the skill set that he brings and how he could fit in and all the things he could do. So, yes, there will be a conversation there. And I think that just really a lot of it comes down to if you really want to find your way to a guy, you can find your way to a guy.
Rare repeat winner at Augusta.
Rory McIlroy, the tap-in after Cam Young finished out. I love Cam Young. I'm felt for him. He really lost it there on the end of the front 9. He had the lead by himself at one point. He's only 28. He'll probably win a major coming up at some point soon. 803-0550 is the phone number. The Masters yesterday, where Rory ranks all time. On that in a moment, because he's in some really good company now. Rob in Connecticut first up. Hey, Rob.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Oh, and how's everything going, guys?
Good. Thanks for jumping on here. How's it going?
Hey, well, first off, I was pulling for Rose yesterday. I'm happy that McElroy wasn't put. I was pulling for Rose. And I think you would agree with me on this one, Joe. I think Colton Chaos is a definitely better nickname than Now and Go.
All right. Yeah, I mean, you're sucking up to me a little bit, but I'll take it. Yes, I agree.
I suck up to WGR 550, you know? Anyways, listen, you know, as far as the NFL draft, you know, being the fact that I'm a Texas A&M fan, even during the season when I was paying attention, like, you know, Concepcion stood out, and I was like, man, I hope the Bills take a look at this kid. And I know it's a long shot to grab him. I'm hoping that would happen. Also, well, you know, as far as the guard situation, I really haven't been paying attention to that too much because I'm focused on the wide receiver and maybe edge rusher or maybe even linebacker. But if they do decide, as far as the Buffalo Bills do decide to do and go in that route, my concern is this draft going to be a disappointment? I mean, is it going to be worth it? You know, make it worth something. You know, get something out of this draft. I'm really kind of like just worried to see where this may go.
Thanks, Rob, for the call. I don't know how much you should be willing to expect a true elite level player. The draft just doesn't sound like there are going to be a lot of those. But the draft's a crapshoot, and even in drafts that are bad, guys get picked first round that end up being great. It's more about the volume of those great players. Someone will get them. So, yeah, like, can the Bills pick a player 26 that is one of the best players in the league at his position? Absolutely. It's just a little less likely, given the nature of this draft, it sounds, than what you might get next year. So, when you said Texas A&M, I thought you might be going a different direction. But yeah, Casey Concepcion's been the A&M guy that we've been talking a lot about. The A&M guy that I am actually starting to fall for a little bit, and don't get me wrong, Concepcion, one of these top receivers, Omar Cooper, I would love that. That'd be my favorite idea. But on the defensive side of the ball, I'm starting to get my guy, and it is a Texas A&M guy. And maybe my guy on offense is an A&M guy, and my guy on defense is an A&M guy. But Cassius Howell is starting to become my favorite idea on the defensive side of the ball. He is the bendiest, quickest of these pass rushers that are expected to go around the Bills. And just seeing clips of him here and there over the last few days, the dips that he can make around these big linemen, the speed that he can just go around them with where sometimes he's not even touched, spin moves. He almost looks like he's running a route as a receiver where he jab steps right and cuts inside off the line of scrimmage. Like there's an athleticism to him. There's a quickness. That quick twitch, really more so, I should say, about Howell that I think is really intriguing. So the only thing with him, though, that you'll find sometimes in these draft profiles for edge rushers is age and production. And when you produce and at what age you produce. Howell had 5 years in college, 3 in the MAC. He gets to the SEC as a junior, not much, 4 sacks. Last year, he goes big with 11.5 sacks, and that's his career year. But 23 years old, and he turns 24 in 3 days. So, little bit of an older player. This is, again, we've done a lot with receivers the last couple of years, so there's a receiver coming to my mind. But how different is that than when we talked about Xavier Legette a couple of years ago, who was dominant his last year at South Carolina? But he was 4 years older than everybody he was going up against. And with Howell, I don't know how worried you should be with him, how different that is for a defensive end versus a receiver. But that would be, I guess, one of the concerns is, well, he's 23 years old, and he had an 11.5 sacks when he was going up against 19 and 20-year-old left tackles. Wouldn't scare me enough. I like the player. I like the style of player. I like the bendiness of him at that position specifically, that on defense right now, he'd be my favorite pick. And he's been mocked to the Bills a lot. So right in that spot, right in that territory, 26 overall, could be gone, could fall, but I like him. First team All-SEC last year, SEC Defensive Player of the Year, and now expected to be a first-round pick. And even though he's got the quickness, like he's not like tiny. I mean, obviously, because like those really small edge rushers that are really quick, that put up sacks, those guys fall. Those guys go in round 5, round 6. But 6'2", 260, like, fine. Totally fine. Ran a 4.59, by the way, for an edge rusher. I mean, that's faster than... I don't need to always be taking jabs at Keon Coleman, but he's just the first name that came to mind. A 4.6 receiver. Give me another one. Who's a receiver that ran in the 4.6s? I'll change it.
Kelvin Benjamin.
There you go. Puka. How about Puka?
Puka.
There, Cassius out ran a faster 40 than Puka.
That's a better name.
Didn't Puka run in the 4.6s?
I have no idea what Puka ran.
Puka ran, nope, 4.57.
Wow.
All right, so he doesn't work. I'll have to find another one.
Not quite.
Larry Fitzgerald, 4.63.
There you go.
Whoa.
Ran a faster. Larry Fitzgerald always. Oh, you know, I was thinking of Cooper Kupp.
Yeah.
Cooper Kupp ran a 4.62.
Jarvis Landry was a 4.61.
Yeah, I'm looking at a list that I remember every single Bills fan sharing the night after Keon Coleman got drafted, which is, hey guys, Cooper Kupp ran a 4.6 and Larry Fitzgerald a 4.63, and guys, Jerry Rice ran a 4.71. The amount of times that was said, it went a little far.
I appreciate you all out there.
There's a lot of coping going on.
Yeah.
That's what that was.
That is tough.
People want to be excited. I get it. That pick never excited me. Cassius Howell would excite me. I'd be very excited about that.
That would be cool. That sounds all like stuff that sounds awesome.
That they need.
Yeah.
They don't have that type of edge rusher.
Yeah.
We talked some about the draft earlier with Sal. I'm kind of open to anything. More than any other year. Like, there are a lot of years where these three ideas, hate them. Even specific players. This year, I tell you, I don't want a safety. Don't want a corner.
Yeah.
But if they go, I guess I do have the one idea I hate that I've said. I don't like the idea of picking Caden McDonald, who is a defensive tackle from Ohio State, interior, that doesn't give you anything as a pass rusher. That idea, no thanks. I don't want a defensive tackle that doesn't give me anything as a rusher. But honestly, even guard. Like, I'll obviously an receiver. I love some of these edge rusher ideas, like Howell specifically. Linebacker, fine. Guard, I could even I know it's unsexy and like there are reasons not to do it, but I don't want them to pay Osiris Torrance. I need that money. I need that money to do something else with. And I'm gonna have a lot of confidence that they're not about to give Osiris Torrance the bag if they spend their first round pick on some stud guard.
Of course. I just don't know how you do that in the position they're in after signing a few depth guys. I mean, Corbett and Cushenberry, right, are both for interior offensive line spots. It just doesn't feel like where they're going to use that pick, especially without a second. If they have a second, I think I could 100% see one of those first two picks going interior offensive line to just shore that up and give them the flexibility if they want to move on from Torrance. I think they'd like the option to do that regardless. So, there's absolutely attraction there, but I just don't see how that is an important enough piece to helping your team now to justify that being your first round pick.
You'd really have to trust that the guy, because of the position, guard can go high. Like Quentin Nelson was a top 10 pick, but he was historically good prospect. Like guard can go high, but that's closer to like running back for me, where it's because the value isn't there in the same way, you got to be sure this dude's going to be incredible.
Exactly.
So if he's the best guard in the draft and he's sitting there,
maybe
I'm gonna maybe need that element of it on top of the rest of this.
How would you feel about a trade back? Because I
I'm also-
foresee that happening.
I
think.
There's a lot of years where I hate the trade back idea, and I don't mind the trade back idea this year. I don't at all.
Get into the second.
Don't mind
Yeah,
it.
like I'm kind of there.
I'm pretty open to almost anything. I don't want to see them draft a defensive tackle that cannot rush the passer.
Yeah.
That's the one thing I just don't want to see happen.
Yeah, more than any other year for me this year is I need to see how the rest of it plays out before they pick. And then I'll know what I feel like I want them or think they should do. Because I just don't, there's too many variables. We talked about all the receivers that are around. There's a million places it could go. It's such a weird draft that I need to see a little bit of where everything falls to feel that strongly about something.
Would you be more open to guard if they traded Torrance for an early second?
Yes.
At the same
100%.
100%.
Yeah. No doubt.
Your risk there, of course, is I don't know that the rookie is going to be as good as Torrance right away.
For
but
sure.
I'm
Get
taking
more longevity.
I want to take the bet that Torrance is good. I'm not going to rail on his parade. I think he's a good player. I don't think he's a great player, and I think he's about to be paid like a great player. So, good player. I think I should be able to replace how good he is with a first-round guard that I can have for 4 years instead of 1 year of Torrance. And I don't want to franchise tag him, and I don't want to give him $20 million a year. So, we'll see. I thought not David Edwards. I thought McGovern would get near $20 million a year, and he got like nothing. Like 11, 12.
That seemed like a hometown discount thing, though.
But Torrance could do that. Torrance could do that, too.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
803-0550 is the phone number. We've got Extendo Sports on the way, and then the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up on WGR. While we're here on receiver, I think you've kind of been consistent on this. I feel like most people that cover the Bills have that they still could draft a receiver in round one, despite the fact that they took DJ Moore. When you look at that position, would you expect they'll be tested at that position? Like there will be somebody available there that will be exciting. I mean, I don't know. Part of that is you've got 5 guys, right? Like Carnell Tate, Mekhi Lemon, Jordan Tyson, Casey Concepcion, and Omar Cooper seemed for most people be kind of the top 5 that are round one type receivers. And I don't know, Sally, it doesn't feel like all 5 of those guys would be gone. I don't know which one would be available, but doesn't it kind of feel like if they did want a receiver, there will probably be a guy there that would be worth the pick.
And that's going to be the beauty is going to be in the eye of the beholder there, right? I mean, there will be somebody. There's always somebody. And you're going to have, somebody who's going to say, oh, my God, there's, I don't know, Bernard from Alabama. Denzel Boston is there, right? He's worth it. Where maybe you might find him and some people valuing him in a 40, around the 40 range. And people in the, Bills fans may go, well, no, 26. Go get that guy. Jordan Tyson. He's got a lot of injuries. But, man, he's a real good talent, so that's a good debate right there. Yes, there's going to be a player there, Joe, that many fans will say, oh, my God, go get that guy. But, every year that happens in any position. If you like the position and you want the Bills to draft the position, then you're going to find players that can kind of get you there. And you're putting the cart before the horse a little bit to kind of get you to your confirmation bias. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And I think you could definitely do that. Who are the consensus? I think is a really good question. This draft. This throws into the thing you just talked about. What kind of draft is this? Well, part of it is what is the actual consensus of the top receivers in this draft and who they are, right? I mean, is Carnell Tate number 1? Sure, probably. I don't know. Mekhi Lemon could be number 1. People like Casey Concepcion a lot. I love Casey Concepcion for what he could bring to the Bills and the skill set that he brings and how he could fit in and all the things he could do. So. Yes, there will be a conversation there. And I think that just really a lot of it comes down to if you really want to find your way to a guy, you can find your way to a guy.
Rory McIlroy's 6th major yesterday, winning the Masters for a second time. 6 majors puts him in the sort of company of Phil Mickelson, Nick Faldo, Lee Trevino. He's got probably 10 years of reasonable contention left. Will he get to... Let's play the cliffhanger game. Will he get to 7?
Yes.
Will he get to 8?
Yes.
Yes.
That would pass Bobby Jones, Harry Vardon, Sam Snead, Arnold Palmer, and tie him with Tom Watson. Will he get to 9?
I'll say yes.
I'll say yes as well.
Ben Hogan and Gary Player. Will he get to 10?
This is where it's starting.
I'm gonna
to
4 more.
I'm going to give him double digits.
Yeah.
I'm going to give him 10.
It's probably the last I would give.
4th all time, only behind Walter Hagen, Tiger, and Nicholas.
Yeah.
Does he get to 11?
No.
Stop at 10? I probably would have stopped at 9, but I think 10's fine.
I think he could win another couple of Open championships and like mix in one more Masters and one more something else somewhere along the way.
No, the record's too far away. I was going to say, I think if he got to like 11 or 12, we'd start saying that year in the middle, that period in the middle cost him the all-time record.
Yes.
He went 12 years without winning. But he's not going to get close enough.
Right.
18. If he's 11 away, it's still going to be like 7 majors. You're
Unless
expecting
he goes on
7.
a Scotty run here.
Right. All right, Extra Point Show is on the way next. Stay tuned for Sal, and we'll talk to you tomorrow. Jeremy back tomorrow at 6. Stay tuned here on WGR.